Hey, it's Nikki. How you feeling, Nikki? How'd the doctor's appointment go? Went well? Good. Glad to hear it. Hang on. Is it all the questions? And yeah, pass the first physical exam. Good. Good, good. Alright. What's going on, J-Mans? We're doing ourselves a little bit of a recap here. Snack, and I'll turn the camera on. Got me some more Reese's Puffs. Started Daredevil? I've heard it's good. I saw it the first episode. My friend told me that, like, Daredevil is like Ace Attorney, and I was like, what are you talking about? He's like, dude, the guy who plays Daredevil is Phoenix Wright. I was like, what are you talking about? He's a defense attorney, and he's like, objection. I was like, Jesus Christ, this is like Ace Attorney the show if it wasn't bad. And if Phoenix Wright was a blind superhero. Hang on. It's falling down a little bit. Aim a little higher. Come on now. Oh, that's lower. How's that? That's pretty good. Okay. Use glitter blue nail polish today. Really pretty. Awesome. The superhero and an ace attorney. It's great. Alright. Matt, what do you remember from the other day? I will recap it, but I want to know if the last thing that you remember. Don't remember anything. You're silly, Matt. So, trying to remember what we found out. Because I think all we did was a court case yesterday. I don't think we did any investigation. Is that all I crave, man? Dude, I got Reese's Puffs. I got Sun Chips Garden Salsa. I got pretzels. I got green tea. Like, trust me on this. I have a lot of snacks. Okay, you don't remember anything. You watch Cowboys Brother. Okay, I'm gonna recap just all of the court case for yesterday because I don't remember what we have and have not seen. No, wait. Yes. We streamed for like 4 hours, didn't we? It was more than just a court case. I think it was the last bit of the investigation. So, Officer Meekins was accused of murdering somebody in the evidence room at the police department. Fugu Network with the host. Appreciate it. We're just going to talk about just what happened the other day. So Officer Meekins is accused of killing the man in the evidence room. That happened at about 5:15, right? So all we know is that a man who was dressed or looked like Mr. Goodman was there. He opened the evidence locker. Meekins snuck up on him, asked for his ID, in which case the man who was supposed to be Mr. Goodman pulled out a knife and attacked Meekins. Meekins retaliated, but ended up just getting knocked out. He's the mastermind behind this murder. So Meekins is like, oh yeah, I totally did it because I have no recollection, but it was probably me. We're like, I don't think that's true, but we're gonna look into it. And so after some evidence, we found just some blood all over the place, all that jazz. We found a gloved, bloody handprint on a wall or on a locker. But there was also another bloody handprint that was wiped away, and it was on top of Jake Marshall's locker. Jake Marshall is the cowboy guy who is the guard for the evidence room. So why does he have a bloody handprint on his locker at the scene of the crime? So we're like, okay, this is probably weird. Matt's waiting for the day. So after that, we go into the court case thinking like, okay, we think Jake Marshall has something to do with this whole murder thing that takes place in the evidence room. So we're going to go into court with that. That's going to be our secret weapon, right? After, talking to Meekins about stuff, we find that there was never a body that was found in the evidence room, so we don't think that there was actually a murder that took place. But that still doesn't explain who Meekins saw. And so we decided to call up Jake Marshall to the stand in order to question him about just like what he was doing on the day. He's supposed to be guarding the evidence room, so why didn't he do anything? Where was he? And so he goes, oh yeah, well, I was eating spaghetti at the diner across the street. I usually don't hang out by the evidence room, even though it's my job. I just don't care. And so it's a very cunning plan, J-Mans. But essentially, Jake Marshall's like, nah, you can't pin that on me. And we're like, yeah, we can. Because your locker was opened immediately after the stabbing took place. Like, we have it on video. We have a video of, Meekins fighting the culprit, and then your locker being opened. And he goes, no, someone else must have used my locker. And it's like, no, only you can open your locker because it has a fingerprint scanner. So literally nobody else can open that locker except you, Jake Marshall. You were at the scene of the crime. You did it. And he goes like, damn, you caught me. I didn't know that. So you essentially catch him that way. And then he's like, okay, you know what? I'll admit it. You caught me. I did it. I was there. And we're like, well, why were you there? So Detective Goodman's locker, which was opened, and I'll show the video in a minute, his locker contained evidence for the SL9 case, a case in which, or after that case happened, Jake Marshall, Angel Starr, Detective Goodman all got demoted, while Chief Gant and Lana Skye got promoted. So I'm making Meekins. If you send me a, well, never mind. I'll do it myself. I'll find a high quality cutout, and I'll cut him out, and I'll make him a mastermind meme. So SL9 is an important case that happened 2 years ago. And the evidence was being moved to be transferred into the prosecutor's vault, which is essentially the place where it'll never come out of. So because this case is really important to Jake Marshall, he refuses to just let it go. Yeah, see, Meekins is he's the real mastermind. But essentially, Jake Marshall dressed up as Goodman, went into the office or whatever. He got into the safe, which was somehow already opened. Right? We don't know about that part yet. Somehow already opened. The evidence that he was looking for was taken out of the locker. Meekins attacked him. He accidentally cut him, got blood on his clothes, and because he couldn't just walk out... Yo! Lemon's here! Lemon, did you watch any of the other videos I put up? I put up cases 1 and 2 on YouTube, and I just finished editing 3. That's gonna go up tonight. Also, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. We're talking about the case right now. Lemon isn't here. You watched episode 1? Okay. Okay. Cool. You ate your laundry? Where was I? Jake Marshall gets blood on his clothes. He can't just walk out of the police station like that, so he has to take his coat off and put it in his locker. And in doing so, he gives himself away in the video. And that's how he got caught. But his motivation is, if you look at the file for SL9, it's about a serial killing where there were six victims in the whole case. The final victim was Jake Marshall's brother, Neil Marshall. Neil Marshall was the head investigator. Head prosecutor. And Edgeworth was put on that. Edgeworth was put on that case after Neil was killed. But essentially, there are rumors or speculations that Chief Lana Skye purposefully used illegitimate evidence in order to get the culprit convicted. He was too good, and he wasn't leaving behind any evidence that they could use. So they decided, you know what, we're gonna make up some evidence because we know it's this guy, but we are powerless. You know, we can't do anything. So we have to have. Much better. There you go. Nova's helping out. So well, we won't have any of that tonight, probably, because she's at her boyfriend's house, so probably won't be seeing much of her. Anyways, Jake Marshall is dissatisfied. Unsatisfied? Yeah, I think unsatisfied with how the case turned out, and he asked Lana Skye, did you only present legitimate evidence? And she said, you know what? I don't have to answer that question. You know, like, you know what we did. We did what we had to do. And because of that, like, the entire courtroom just erupted in just chaos. So they had to delay the court the next day. So, essentially, Matt, as part of our recap, Jake Marshall was actually the one who went into the evidence room. He's the one who took the evidence out. He's the one who attacked Meekins. He's the one who put the bloody handprint on his locker, and he did so because he wants the evidence for SL9. However, while investigating that, we did discover there was another bloody handprint that was on one of the lockers. And the thing is that that handprint was left before the incident with Meekins and Marshall, meaning that there was in fact another murder that did in fact take place in the evidence room beforehand. And that took place at 4:40 according to our Delio. Actually, was it 4:20? I don't know. So, anyways, hopefully that gets you all caught up. A murder did take place, but who? The real Detective Goodman, maybe, probably, was killed actually at 4:40 or whatever time it was, and he was murdered in the evidence room, which means what happened at the parking lot, we will never know. Yeah, 420. Fake Nash. Be this way for you guys, yeah. Fake Nash, y'all. Okay. Go ahead and pause that. Let's go ahead and pick this back up. Ow, ow. There we go. Lana's like, you know what? I'm Bae. I don't have to answer you. Yeah, you're right. I didn't notice your joke, Nova, but I like it. Raw man. Alright, Levon. Catch me another pose to me. Alright. Almost there. Not quite. You left? Sorry for what my sister said. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. We were powerless. I never knew the SL9 was just another name for the Joe Dark killings. Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean, what happened to you? It's all here in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was prosecutor Neil Marshall, Jake Marshall's brother. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. What did he have to... What did you have to do with those killings, Emma? On the night prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. Joe Dark almost killed Emma. Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. That means you, yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. Meekins is Joe Dark. Yep. Happened 2 years ago, right after about this time of year too. Cold, stormy night, day like today. She was hanging out in the office, planning to eat dinner together once they finished work. Suddenly, terrifying man came bursting in the office, Joe Dark. Seems like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. I'll never forget. Lightning struck, and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now. I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall. So you weren't able to testify about that? No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. I see why she made up the crime. You mean provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. So badly. Lana forged the evidence. Mr. Edgeworth used it. Yes. But I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumor about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean, it's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have ever happened. Meekins is burned into her memory. She's like, I can never forget the image. Reporting for duty, sir! She's like, ugh! Even today I still see it in my dreams! Edgeworth is the center of all our problems. Pull out your salutes, guys. What did you see in the instant that crime occurred? Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Eat something, J-Mans. Aww. Gotta have something other than bran flakes. I'm eating Reese's Puffs. By the way, the stream is brought to you by Reese's Puffs. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. Love and happiness all in a ball. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Been through so much. Don't tell me what to do. Take that as an order, officer. Yeah, you're right. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grow up, I'm going to become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies, and to find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any. What to do with the screenshot of me? Levon, I give you full creative freedom. Meekins was the only one who tarnished Von Karma's record. God, Meekins is behind everything. Something that's puzzling, Emma. You said you were in Lana's office, right? Why then would a serial killer come running in there? He was being chased by a prosecutor? There's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Being by the police? This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. Why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective's office and the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly. Didn't I tell you? A few years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. But how is it that a detective is moved up to be a chief prosecutor? Green boat, red water as the ocean. Okay. Not sure why, but you do you, man. Seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence? I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we? Wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Include Harambe. Oh man, I seriously don't understand why the Harambe memes just keep coming. Like, I really don't understand. Like, I understand Harambe as a meme, I just don't understand why they are so popular. Oh? But how you were a detective 2 years ago, and how the SL9 incident was the reason you transferred to the prosecutor's office. Could you fill me in on the details, especially about unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have the right to know, Mr. Wright. No Harambe. I mean, I don't know, just seems stupid. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case was largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I suspected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial wasn't really fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. All drama aside, the fact of the matter is at 5:15 there was no murder at the police department. I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. What do people keep even up for the case? I don't know. I mean, because at least with like Keeping Up with the Kardashians, it's like a show that you follow people, nothing happens and nothing's important and no one likes the characters, but I mean, there's drama and stuff, but Harambe is just a meme that's like, it's a gorilla that got shot. Like, it's like the lion, the Cecil the Lion thing. Like, nobody cares. It's stupid. Just move on. Left Pinky has more talent. You're not wrong. Nikki says, meow. It's true, I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. They still talk about all the cases she and Gant cracked together. He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. He was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed. Now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was you gain experience investigating crime scenes so you could use that experience in court. Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. I mean, I think we all like memes. I think we can all say that. I love memes. Memes are fucking great. I spend half my day on the internet just looking at memes. So. Somehow get banned from Twitch for saying Harambe is dumb. You butt. Nikki, how can you not care for memes? They're so great. You're all memes. Officer Memekins. Maybe I should ask more about the investigation. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. I said Drake. Memes usually scare me? I mean, I can see how you don't like the Pepe memes, but like, just in general, like when Arthur memes come around, like Arthur memes are the tits. Same as SpongeBob ones. 'Cause a lot of times they're really funny. Minored in Wumbology? Wumbo? Yes, the investigation was led by Gant. I share the same office and the same investigations. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall, and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Found out Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. The meme is just right. What is it? It's I think that's what it is. How to do it. Yeah. Arthur memes are hot right now. Caption true. Oh. Those are stupid. Fuck those. Those are all dumb. I don't know, there's some memes that are just dumb. Like real talk. A lot of them are just stupid. But every once in a while you find some good ones where people will take a picture that's usually like innocent and replace it. Or put a caption on it that like totally changes the meaning of it, and it really, I don't know, it's really funny. See, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. This is important now. Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room. From there, he ran straight to office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's where he found me. See, memes. Don't let your dreams be memes, kids. Bum, bum, bum. Give a sad speech about Reese's Puffs? I ran out. QQ. QQ. Crying face. I love the Blastoise licks. Fuck, that was sad. Oh no! Dicks out for Harambe. Just kidding, guys, I'm not actually out. I got plenty more. Yeah, banned for your smiley faces. But mini crying faces. Dog. I got half a box in here. I got plenty. You made me cry. I'm so sorry, guys. I did it for the memes. Unfollows. No! I'll really cry. You were the first person to run to the scene, Lana. Pure so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. We'll keep one dick out for Harambe. Alright. 3 bodies. Prosecutor Marshall, the victim Emma, who had passed out. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. To be honest, I panicked. Picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. You were all involved in the SL9 incident. What a coincidence, huh? I don't buy it. What are you saying? Phoenix says, I don't buy it. Objection! Hang on. Got a picture. 5 out of 7 perfect skirt. What? You come up with the dumbest things. In Soviet Russia, Shu wears you. Oh goodness. What are we gonna do with you, Levon? 10 out of 10. Ten out of 10. There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident just by chance. That case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Meekins, kid, killer. He did it. Sup, dude? It was Meekins. J-Mans has cracked the case. Ever since Jake's brother died, he's changed completely. Guess he wasn't convinced about what the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of the case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department. Yes, in the office of the Damon and Gant. Damon and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself, the chief's office. Oh. Yeah. There's a Lola Raichu that surfs on its tail? All Kanto Pokemon because they're cashing in on the Gen 1ers, dude. Here's Pokemon's strategy, right? They release Pokemon Go, right? With only Gen 1 Pokemon. Because that's the only game that 90% of people who ever played Pokemon ever played was Gen 1, right? They have the sleeping giant of the adolescence of the United States of America, which is like 80% of the demographic that has played Pokemon when they were a child. They are the perfect demographic to aim this towards, right? So they make Pokemon Go, which is universally just explosive. It's huge. It's massive. Everyone loves Pokemon Go, right? Because it has Gen 1 Pokemon. Everyone wants to get back into it. X and Y sales jump through the roof. They keep trying to hold Pokemon Go interest while they're still finalizing their stuff. Then boom. Here comes September. Sun and Moon drop. Brand new stuff for those Gen 1 Pokemon. People are like, whoa, Gen 1 Pokemon, I can see it a brand new way. Oh, I'm totally going to buy a 3DS and Sun and Moon. Boom. Cash. Money. Money. Just raining in money. Just, here comes the money. Money, 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 money. That's Pokemon Company, right? They're just living in it, right? Just money everywhere. Just raining down from the sky. Right? That's how they cash in. Pokemon Go and Yeah, that's it. That's their strategy. They've been working on it for years now. I said there is a huge market that is just waiting to be exploited. And that's how they figured it out. What is that emote? Did you even listen to Ty Lopez and only want knowledge? Yeah, the original one sold hella copies, dude. There are so many people who know everything about those games. Or not everything about those games, but who played those games as kids, and they are the perfect market. I gotta pick up on money. I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere. It's crazy, but like the first gen, I think the first gen probably sold the most copies. No, maybe not. Maybe it was like Ruby Sapphire. Gen 1 sold the most copies, yeah. Not surprised at all. Wait, Gen 4 sold more than Gen 3? That's crazy. I would say that Gen 3 is a superior version to Gen 4, but I still like it, but just think that Gen 3 is better. I like Gen 4, I really did. I didn't like it at first, because I think what I did is I bought it off eBay, and I actually bought a counterfeit, illegitimate copy, because I played it for a little while, I just wasn't really into it, and then I put it down for a while, and then whenever I came back like a couple months later, it said like, your save data has been corrupt. And I was like, you gotta be fucking shitting me. And I could not fix it. I was like, well, I have a broken cartridge that I paid like $30 for. This is stupid, I hate it. Gen 4 beat Gen 3 because of multiplayer? You know, you're probably right, honestly. Diamond and Pearl, you could go online and play. It's probably one of the big things. Heart Gold, Soul Silver sold more than RSE? Wait, no, never mind. Sold more than Fire Red Leaf Green, which is good because Fire Red Leaf Green was dumb. What was I gonna say? I think I forgot. Damn. What are we talking about? Oh yeah, the cartridge. So, cartridge is broken. I was like, well, this is dumb. And then Platinum came out, and I saw some reviews, and they're saying that this is really great, that they really did this, and they just improved on something. And I was like, you know what? Fine. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna get Platinum. I'm gonna get another shot. Maybe with like the kind of like Crystal or like the Emerald version. Like it's kind of like, I wouldn't say enhanced, but it's sort of like the middle one. I said, you know what? I'm gonna go with that. It's a little bit extra onto the regular story. Like I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna give this one more try. I bought Platinum, not thinking it was gonna be any good, and then I actually really liked it a lot. And so yeah, I'm glad I bought Platinum. I'm really glad I bought Platinum. Wait. You're gonna lay down and watch? Alright. Well, if you fall asleep, don't worry about it. I'll catch you up if you need to. And I'm gonna upload episode 3 tonight. So hopefully you get to watch. You can continue watching the episodes, but it's actually getting really ridiculously long. 9/11. Like episode 1 was like 45 minutes, I think. Episode 2 is like 2 hours. Episode 3 is 6 hours. So yeah. I'm glad Black and White 2 didn't sell much. Such a stupid idea. The only game in the entire series that had a sequel. It's like, and why? It was the worst one. Gen 5 was the worst generation. Like, some of the Pokemon were good, but most of it was just garbage. Also, Dan, hello. Thank you for stopping by. Shouldn't you be in bed by now? You have work tomorrow. How's it going, Lawsome? I'm awesome. How you doing? You're just vacuuming and stuff? Who you calling Pinhead? Awesome with the host. Appreciate it, dog. J-Mans, please. Lemon with the host. Appreciate it, Dong. You know what, awesome? That's awesome. I'm glad you're doing awesome. Just over at the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner. Why did you do it? Why did prosecutors head west, or prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was this one. I'm doing fine, awesome. Can't complain. Do you mind telling us exactly what happened? I won't be getting that steak lunch today. Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. Switchblade knife with a broken tip. That was Joe Dark's alright. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised. The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. It means there's a good chance that knife was not the actual murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, the possibility had been erased. The case left behind scars on all of us. I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I had just made detective with it when it all went down. I watched the Armenian weightlifter video? Oh yeah, I actually saw a gif of it. And he's like, so I'm just glad he didn't crush himself with that huge weight, but they're probably trained to be able to drop that. I think it was like the Turkish guy who almost fell over, but then he twisted around and he ended up keeping it, which is really cool. Really good for him. 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You mean the King of Prosecutors. That's an honor for a prosecutor. The day of the SO9 took place. It wasn't the same day as... That's right. It was the day of the evidence transfer. It was drizzling that morning, but by nightfall there was thunder. Goodness, so they sold 47.5 mil in Gen 1, almost 30 in Gen 2, 34 Gen 3, 38 Gen 4, 24 at the 7. We can probably expect to see about 30 mil for Gen 7. I'm going to estimate. Looks like it's got a, I don't know, it kind of goes up and down, but I think what's going to happen is all the Pokemon Go hype is probably going to raise numbers a bit. They're getting really good at marketing better for Pokemon, I think, to like the younger audience, so I think that's going to Really bump it up. Not to mention the 3DS price. Like the 2DS right now is like $75. That is super fucking cheap for a console like this. I mean, it's not really impressive. It's really small, and I don't know, there's nothing really to shake a stick at, but I bought a 3DS original for like $200. That's what I was willing to put in, was $200 for a 3DS. Now they sell these for $75. That's chump change. And it does everything else a regular 3DS does, except it doesn't have 3D, which is the least useful feature on the entire thing. So I am going to estimate 30 plus million copies for Gen 7. Gen 4 is second best. Gen 4 was really good. In my personal opinion, in order, I would say Gen 2 is the best, then Gen 3, 4, and 6 are kind of in the same level, although I'd probably put 3 and 4 above 6, and then 1 and 5 are towards the bottom. But that's just me. Most people didn't learn more than the first 150, and they just gave up on Pokemon after that. So a lot of people just don't care. So I personally kept with it, and I loved every single one of those Pokemon, and I'd say Gen 2 is my favorite. So they sold it for phones, sales would be unmatched. Yes, Dan, I said my personal opinion. Is that grammatically incorrect? Should I have said just my opinion? Because obviously it wouldn't be anyone else's opinion. I could say it's my company's opinion, or it'd be someone else's opinion that is also mine, but my personal, this is me talking. This is just Cameron right here. This is just CC Neverender. This is just me saying I think that. So. I don't know, Dan. I'm just saying. You know what I mean. Nitpick me, bitch. How's that sound? Huh? I bet you don't nitpick me. Nitpick me. I'd appreciate it. Dan. I'm gonna mark you as absent. Go in the computer and... There. Just marked you as absent, dog. How's that sound? Got a sick last name? Is it sick? Is Canic sick? Anyways, I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. Try to steal the evidence so the case would die. Yours is cooler. Hello, Mr. Cooler. How are you today? Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Star was fired and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. If they did something to him too, the commissioner would be suspicious. I'm a viewer. I'm debating whether or not I should buy a fedora, ironically. Because I look like a neckbeard. Kinda am a neckbeard. You know? I kinda am like a basement dweller. So... I thought about buying one. And like fingerless gloves so I can be like Tiffin Milady. The investigation lead Damon Gant and his second in command Lana Sky. LLYWD is pronounced Floud. I don't understand, but that's... Get a fedora. I don't have a hat, otherwise I'd practice on stream. The only hat I have is... I thought I had capped it over here. Maybe I put it away somewhere. Oh, no, it's in here. I can't put it on with my headset on, but it's a Ninja Turtle beanie. In Welsh, you would pronounce Carrot as Cardiff, as Butt Diff. Also got into the picture. Hell yeah, dude! I'm catching Magikarp and fighting off dudes with my nunchucks. Sounds bad. Seems accurate. Too bad Raph is better. You're not wrong. This was given to me, by the way, so I didn't buy this. Barely fits over my head with my headset on. Although it does actually cover up the headset pretty well. Lost 96 quirky points, no! I don't know, this bass is so silly. Bum 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 bum. Case was the biggest step in both their careers. After that case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office. Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. First a foot reveal, now a hat reveal. Nikki, are you gonna do replacement therapy? Are you thinking about it? Have we found out Beacons did it yet? Not yet. We're still in the process of that. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Sky was totally different when she was a detective. What happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Meekins is laying low. He's gotta stay out of the limelight to avoid suspicion. There you have it. It's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? Certainly enlightening. One thing for sure I've found out in court today, that boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict, but someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Damon Gant is the one who falsified the evidence and put it forth to the prosecution. We have your connection. I don't know how you pronounce that. Now it's clinic. Connection? I don't know. Clinician? It's like fucking Klingons or something. Submit it. You have difficulty having erections? No, Nikki is a male as of now, but Nikki wants to do hormone replacement therapy. I think. If I remember correctly. Too bad I won't be around to work with you. You become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. There you go. CC, you right. Okay. I thought I remember that right. But I didn't want to speak for you, so. Look for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. Chief Prosecutor saying that what she did and the decision about what to do with Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media in tomorrow's trial. More chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. Good job being right. Yeah. Yeah. I did do a good job. Thanks, man. Of being right, exactly. There you go. J-Man's got the right idea. The right idea? Eh? Pelican? Eh? Does anybody watch Video Game Donkey on YouTube? Because you should. Oh, dicks. We aren't police officers. Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. What are we waiting for? Let's head to Chief's office. Where are we? Chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. You do watch Donkey? Good. I'm glad. Donkey is great. Donkey is... I don't know. Hey, baby! I park my car. What happened with the chief? The chief? Depends on which chief you're talking about. The chief, Damon Gant, is in a meeting right now. But we're in his office. Because we're cool like that. I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach. Oh. That was genius. Never could remember where C was. Oh, it's you two! Chief Gant! Chief Gant put that paper he was reading in his desk. So, righto! Have you been swimming lately? Oh, I haven't. Kind of busy. Had my hands full too with Mr. Marshall's misconduct in Lana's provocative statement. Oh, you mean about the forged evidence? 2 years have passed since that incident. How time flies. Oh, never mind. He's been in his office. I don't know why I thought he was in a meeting. I don't know why I thought we could just walk up to his office and he wouldn't be there. But, I don't know. It's weird. Hasn't worked in his office. It's not suspicious. Yeah, you're right. That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. This is this is Mr. Marshall's brother. We took it to commemorate our work together. Something's not right with this picture. A mosquito around here. Like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm gonna lock up here, so let's go out together. This office. It was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has long since been over. There is no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. Lana Bay, why aren't you smiling? Case isn't over yet, baby. What do you mean? Gant denied a request to search the crime scene. It means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. Like a clue? Gant, that sly bastard. No one's here today, not even Miss Starr. She's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. Must be where the detectives are. We've in court today that the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15. Thought we were finally having some headway in our case. Instead, it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Gotta find answers by tomorrow. Papa John is a fraud. Super Mario Brothers 2, baby! 2 years in a row! Let's see. Where am I supposed to go? Levon, I'm glad that you remembered the evidence laws. Because that is going to that is going to be a major component to the court cases that follow from here. Where am I supposed to go? Where's again? Oh, there we go. Hey, pal. It's Detective Gumshoe. Aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? Just taking a breather. Feet hurt. Sitting so long? Actually, I'm serving everyone coffee. Mosquito around here and I think he's trying to bite me. Come at me, bitch. Who can fight me? She'll react. This video, Lana reacts to pictures. Did either of you see Mr. Edgeworth? Oh, why do you ask? He's under fire from both police and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battles between you two in court. Sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? Basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago, and Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Yikes. Yeah, mosquitoes suck. Fucking garbage. Why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Way to go, Levon. I hopped on the bandwagon. I unsubscribed because I was like, you know what? I used to watch some of their content, like the gaming ones, but it's like, you know what? I'm not sure I can really. I don't know. This is not really worth my time. Like I realized that I shouldn't be giving them any views at all, but I also was like, you know what? Their content just isn't that good. I'm just gonna go ahead and stop. I haven't regretted it since. Been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor kept him safe from those who didn't like him. Now with this, there are really so many people who hate him. In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, he's young. A better recipe I know of for making enemies. Hey Dick! Hey yo Dick! Keep up the good work. That's what ladies say to me all the time. They're like, yo Dick! Doing great. I'm like, thanks man. But Dick is doing great. Smart. Why would you watch on TV? Because TV's dumb. Yeah, I don't know. After a while, the whole React thing kind of got a little dumb. Let's go out for lunch again sometime. Hey, great. Yes, sir. Careful not to stick out. Anyways, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. The TV is garbage. only thing you need is cable. Not cable. Internet. You don't need cable. You can cut the cable out. Yeah, most of the time, like 80% of the things that are on TV, you can find on the internet. Legitimately. The other 20% you can find illegitimately, but... I mean... whatever. I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing. Oh, what did you find out anything? The only evidence Dark left behind during his final attack. When he killed Prosecutor Marshall, he was trying to protect some girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. What was it? Let's see, I think it had something to do with the murder weapon? Oh, I forget. Look, it's all written here somewhere, okay? You only watch TV for the weather. I mean, you just use the weather app. Oh, I see what you're saying. The only thing that you do watch on YouTube isn't just on YouTube. Although they do have web exclusives, so... What's that? This would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of? What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker. On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker. It was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. That's it. I remember what the current piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. Dark's crimes. Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just a run-of-the-mill businessman. One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. His car? So it was an accident? Accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal. He killed the man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed the lady who saw the second crime. A kid walked by just then, so he killed him too. Then when he was burying the bodies, a jogger came upon the scene he killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in. Seems he was a pretty careless animal. Of course, this was all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. So he turned himself in. In the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim. Yeah, Levon refuses to use my videos to learn how to play Pokemon Snap. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. Good thing that last witness wasn't killed. Joe Dark is hardcore. Like, killed someone. Oh, they saw me kill you. Oh, saw me kill you. Saw me kill you. Saw me kill you. It's like into the stealth games. Whenever, like, you're supposed to take down people, like, discreetly. Take one guy down, and someone's like, "Hey, oh look, there's an alarm!" And so you shoot him, and then someone's like, "Oh look at it!" You shoot him. You're just like, "Shit, shit, 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 shit." It's like no alarms raised, perfect score. Even though you got caught by like literally every single person. It was Meekins. Joe Dark was the setup. Bush did 9/11. What? I'll take a potato chip and eat it. I never saw Death Note, so I don't know much about it. We traced it back to the store he bought it at, plus it had his fingerprints on it. Beacons killed 5 people in a row. What a filthy animal. How dare he. That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken. Yeah, well anyways, take a guess what that broken off tip was found. That's what did him in. Neil Marshall was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? You bet. Down to the last fiber. It's pretty conclusive. It was really, really okay. Alon's gonna get snacks. Sounds good. There you have it in a nutshell. That's all you know. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gann. Not money, but it doesn't concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. Chief's out now, and his office is locked, but we'd like to have a look around if that's okay. Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door. Really? But if I let a civilian in there, we'd be charged with breach of trust. Simply put, I'd be canned. Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. How about this one? Detective Goodman's. That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died. So in other words, Gumshoe is the only chance of getting inside that office. I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind. Get some water for you? Gotcha. Show him a picture of Meekins. Ooh, risking it all. At 4:20, somebody was in the evidence room. Please. Smoke weed every day. Someone with an executive number. Trying to think, what do we have to show him that'll convince him to let us do it? Got a word of diligence myself. Well, there's a reason. I'll tell you what it is later. It's more than we can say from most officers nowadays. The entire crew got wiped. Ooh. I lost 1,700, so I know the feeling. There's some evidence we have to present that'll let us into that room. It's not Neil. Not Gant. Wasn't this one. Was it Marshall? Oh. Yo, it's Lover of Dogs. What's going on? Why are you up at 2 a.m.? It's late for you. Well, I mean, it's regular. You gave me a small cactus. She'll listen to all your troubles. We'll get you butt? We all approve. It's a masterpiece. It's a masterpiece. hard to believe he's just a patrolman now. Someone ought to trade places with him. Why are you looking at me like that? Ba, 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 ba. Ba, ba, ba. Somewhere? Or maybe it's one of those memories people have from previous lives. It's like I'm in the chief's office and he's yelling at me. Where could I have seen that? It's a masterpiece, baby! We're in Florida right now, so it's later than usual. RIP. Gained a whole 2 points! Yeah! Yeah! You did it! We don't have to talk to him about something, we gotta present something to him. I have a feeling we don't have it right now. Nice. 1 whole point. Number 1 for a reason. I'm going to assume that Edgeworth isn't back out of his case. Oh, he is. Okay, cool. What are you doing here? Tough day in court, huh? I had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me? Sure, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm rooting for you. What do you want? You're the person that comes in for 2 minutes and leaves because you're so tired? Bye. Thanks for stopping by, dogs. I appreciate it. Maybe you'll swing by again some other time we're not playing games you don't know anything about. Hope you have a lovely night. Oh, Love Her Dogs is like 11 years old. Butt spot, you perv. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I can do can erase that. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that evidence was falsified. 2 departments share a bond of trust. That bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. Police department's error is my error, my responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. Hey, I got it right. Squats! Squat break. Alright guys, you heard the man. It's time to do some squats. Alright, everyone, your stretches, come on. Alright, let's go ahead and do this. Go ahead and take your stance. Alright, arms out. We're going to do a down. Back up. Alright. 2. Oh, there we go. Feel it. Yeah, feel the burn. 3. Up. Keep your balance there. There we go. Alright, one more time. 4. Up. One last one to finish it off, and alright, squat break. There we go. Ooh. Bye again. You may be back. You never know. Come on, everyone could use a squat break. Come on, dogs. Police department's error is my error. My responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. The fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have. Nothing, Mom, I swear! Ugh. Close your laptop. Take pride in my work. Come on, everybody's doing it. Why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can keep that kind of emotion bottled up. You don't do squat, you just bought better underwear that makes your butt look good. That's a smart move. Yeah, I need weights for more butt gains. I don't have any weights though, is the problem. That's to use body weights. Up for the trial tomorrow? First, last year's trial, and now this one. It all seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. You can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow's the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's why my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice this long. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time. Alright. Bye for real this time, dogs. Use 55 pounds. Good, that's a good amount. Yeah. I mean, I don't have 55 pounds just laying around. So. Day of the crime. Could you tell us again what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered? We were participating in a ceremony. Yo! Calcium Lemon donated $10! What a great person!
Laugh makes me laugh. 10/10 laugh. Squat break.
Alright. Lemon, I hope you got up and did some squats too. Also, you're a great person. Thank you. Thanks for the donation, man. Have a lovely night. Have a lovely butt. Oh, man. You were participating in the ceremony over the station, right? Of course you did. Good. Good. I'm glad. With the money, respect, bruh. Respect. Put some respect on that name. That's what I'm saying. Everyone go follow Calcium Lemon. He's a super great guy. Although it'd be nice if he streamed more often. But you know what? I'm not complaining. I get more time to play Phoenix Wright for you guys, so... Never cared about ceremonies, but I had to attend this one. Because you were awarded this? Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. Finished up the office in the morning and drove over to the police department. Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. Until I was asked to take something back. Overkills you? That's okay. Shots fired. Promise? Alright. Alright, Lemon. Lemon. I have an idea. I think J-Mans was the one who asked me, but someone asked me if I had a viewer Discord. I thought, you know, I don't really need a viewer Discord because I only have like 5 consistent viewers. You know, like I have like Levon and Zazzy, and I have Nova and you and J-Mans, and Gillaross shows up, and Rawmaster and Rick Rawl, but Z-Dog, I mean, there's not that many people that really show up consistently. So I feel like if I had a Discord, it'd just be like 10 people. We'd all just barely make small talk every once in a while. Kind of like how the Lemon server is, and kind of like how the Danimal Sound server is. And I thought, wouldn't it be interesting if we made a triple one? Because it's almost the exact same audience that goes to all 3 of our streams. You know? So, I was talking to Dan about it, and he's like, we should make a Twitch team, but you have to have a partner to do that. So I was like, you know what, we should make a triple Discord. A Discord for all 3 of us. And yeah, so I don't know what the criteria should be or what the deal is, but I don't even know what we need a name. Adam's here, baby. Adam is here, baby. We need a name for our little triple 3-person community. So now we just need a name, though. That's the thing. Nikki says, meow, what? What is triple Discord? I don't mean like some sort of fancy smancy freeway or something. Menage a trois. I just mean like a Discord for 3 people. Like, so I would have a Discord, Lemon would have a Discord, Dan would have a Discord, you know, like we all have our own separate ones, but it'd be cool if we all had it like all in one, like, under one roof, like all three of us. So, the CC, C Never Lemon. I mean, that's like halfway there. But we also need to incorporate Danimal sounds. Because Dan is an important member of our group. So. CC Never Lemonal sounds. That's just silly though. I want like a cool name. Discord group? Yeah, it'd just be a Discord channel, but it'd be. Think of a name. Never Lemon sounds. I mean, I kind of like Never Lemon sounds. It's just, I don't know. I think we should talk about it amongst the three of us, so. If anyone's got any cool names, we'll think of it. Because personally, I don't think having CC Meekins, I don't think having my own channel would be that useful. I thought about using the one I use for me and my friends, but I don't know, it doesn't seem like it fits. So, we'll think about it. I think it'd be cool to have a three-way. Just one big server for all three of us. And our viewers, of course. Came back here to prosecutor offices because you guys were cheap ass. Three-way. Oh, Craigasm. No, bacon like the grease. Sounds like a random name that just like LeVon and Friends. I think it'd be cool to have a three-way. Yeah, you're right. No lies have been spoken today. Alright, good night, Lemon. Sleep on it. We'll talk about it later. Prosecutor Neil Marshall, he had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding is a little different than yours. I remember now. That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. The story behind its design. Story. Simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. Danimal Lemon? CC and J-Man's aka God? People are just throwing out names. It doesn't have to be a combination of our names. I think it would just be a name that encompasses all three of us. Like it could be like the Snap Boys or something. Like something stupid. There's nothing necessarily wrong with that. It's just, you know, saying. I think it should just be like, it shouldn't just be one person centric. It shouldn't just be CC Neverender or Calcium Lemon or Danimal Sounds. It should be something that is all three of us or none of us. That's just kind of the way it should be, I think. This word originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with two characters. The first means halberd, the second means shield. Have you heard the story? Very interesting story, actually. I don't know if that's necessarily true, but it's a very interesting story about it. Snap triplets, the Wonder Boys. The CC Harambe Lemons. Yeah, I feel like it should represent our community more than necessarily any one person. Snapchatters Anonymous. But this is actually a really interesting story. Trials and Lemonations. Oh, sure. Everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it though, for Emma's sake? Long ago in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. Second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute.
Objection!
Objection! Objection! Your Honor, there's a contradiction here. Very perceptive, but then again, you've heard the story before. As you mentioned, the very description of these items discredits them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless, and thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. So the chipped shield and the broken knife symbolize, so they could symbolize the merchant's items. Very cool story, actually. Vaughn takes his clothes off his body. Ooh. Hot. It's too hot in here. It's too hot in here. Oh. Right, it's such a derp. You're right. Ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words, but it is in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this. I learned something new today. It's funny. So why is it you're only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the sword abolished. Oh, the halberd shield story? Or not necessarily the story, but that's how where it is. Interesting. It's actually a super cool story that they would implement in this game. They put halberd, but the halberd is like an axe on top of a long spear. Kinda weird, whatever. I don't think there's anything else I can submit, but I just want to double check. No, with a screwdriver. We're gonna make some passing story. So I did. Oh, he did something. Okay, hang on. Sometimes he does things that don't make any sense. At least it's better than being incompetent and doing things that don't make sense. Starts workout montage, training for the day. Meekins shows his murderous face. Linker, it didn't happen. Yo, big boy with the host. Thanks, Adam. Meekins killed 11 people and Joe Dank was made his apprentice. Comes in at 4:20 to do his killing. Do some killings. If you're having trouble reading it, I'll read it for you. It says, Letter of Resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean. I'm tired, right? Feel as if something inside me has died. It's my love for you. It's died. You don't love me back. Mr. Edgeworth, none of it was your fault. I know. The path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. The path I've walked hasn't been a just one. Can't forgive myself for what I've done, and no one else should forgive me either. Especially you, Phoenix. My love. I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. Kiss him on the lips. Let him know you still love him. Letter of resignation. I wonder if you can use it for anything. Hell yeah. We got some evidence. You can just blazing it up in the evidence room, fam. Excuse me. Would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef? A star! You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. I guess so. You're not wrong. Meekins was blazing it up in the evidence room, fam, and Joe Dank waltzes in and is like, yo, homie, allow me a blunt? I don't even know what you just said. Let me pass, let me hit it. And Meekins is like, alright bro, only this is one time, homie. Edgy and Wright, I shipped him to. Edgy and Righto. What about Udgy? Everyone in this trial was also involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due to transferal. This can't all be attributed to a mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that little scene I happened to witness? The instant Lana stabbed Dr. Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. All dates back to 2 years ago. Levon, hot, working out. We forgot to put in the great butt. Because of all the squats. Well, squats give you a great butt. That's all you need. That's proof enough. Joe Dark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. Meekins will have to watch his butt, because I'm coming for him. Look at his bone. He's gonna turn around and look at his own butt while you're coming for him. Oh, Meekins. Oh. I don't think I was ever more alive than I was back then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell. Because of his brother's death, they were close, those two. I will not watch those videos, you damn dirty pot. Levon just refuses. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her, Lana Skye. Best of the best were put on the SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. Meekins senpai, don't stop! Craigasm. The legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. I mean, with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret. You don't have proof anything illegal was done? I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us except Goodman were relieved of our duties. Most of that even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. My take on the matter. She was being used. Levon's into it. Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation with Lana's second in command. They were the best. Solved all kind of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him though. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Is she a prostitute? She's a professional. And she offers her services to her boyfriends. So, take that as you will. So reporting for duty. Reporting for duty, sir! You have the right to remain silent. Yeah, you now submit and put on these handcuffs. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? She'll say she got some nice rice balls in that bento box of hers. You're not wrong. Thanks to Chief, Gant's powerful influence. That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control. Then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. I don't know if you guys are paying attention. We're kind of making jokes about her rice balls and beacons. Yeah. Chief Gant had a magnetism for finding the perfect evidence. Right? Even back then, even years ago, he was always able to solve crimes. Right? Lana Skye was his right-hand woman. Right? Hold on, Adam. We're going to get to that. Lana Skye and him were just... The Chief is one of Meekin's puns. Lana Skye worked very closely with Damon Gant. J-Man's is loving this. So when SL9 came around, Chief Gant was in charge. They wanted to make sure they had the perfect evidence. Lana Skye says she sold her soul that day because she had to have the perfect evidence as well. In doing so, by solving the case with this quote-unquote perfect evidence, Damon Gant secured his place as police chief. And in doing so, he also promoted Lana Skye, or put into motion the transfer of Lana Skye from a detective to a chief prosecutor. Why in the world would a detective become a prosecutor? They're not the same field. They work together, but they're not even in the same field. Technically, one's a court law kind of thing. The other one is investigator and bento box their shit. So essentially, Damon Gant has been falsifying his way to the top. And once he was at the top, put his crony in place on the other side, so that he would have people on the ground who would do all his footwork for all the cases, and then once he got to court, he would have Lana Skye, his other crony, who would be able to totally lead the case in any direction that it had to go, so that he was essentially unstoppable. That's why Lana Skye was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change. Finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Star. You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create a fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've ever been. I'll do my best. You pick up Meekins. Post it on my Twitter, feel free. We'll get to it in a little bit. Oh, you're back. You still here? Gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turned to a regular DJ. Not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that's DJ. Gotta admire your persistency. But my answer's still no. Not letting you into the chief's office, period. It'll be my neck on the line. I have to take a look in there. Gotta be something we can do to make an officer or detective change his mind. So we can't talk to him, right? I will present the evidence. Edgeworth is trying to resign after this case. Detective Gumshoe won't let that happen. What's this crumpled piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious! You ever not serious? Can't believe they pushed him this far. Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was cold as ice. But I know different now. He's trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him. That's it. I've made up my mind. Here, take my ID card. Can't do that. If someone found out, they wouldn't let you off the hook for another item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. So at least let me do this. For Edgeworth's sake. Alright, detective. I got you. Go on without me. We're in. If one finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Eee! Ah! Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. Didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Detective Gumshoe, what are you doing sneaking up on us like that? Sneaking? I was just, so I came too. What's the point of giving us your ID card? How would we just crash and run to Lucius? Besides, we're all in this together now. You really do want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out. Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana, on that day 2 years ago. Entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. Ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk. No one except Chief Gant and the clean lady who's here every morning. Hello, Gilleros. How you doing? You're coming by here late. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes? There's only one reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think... you wouldn't be. No. There's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Now then, let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy. When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go like that. So what's bothering you? You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect? Doing good? Getting ready? Saw you were on? Oh, okay. I'm doing great, man. Yeah, had a day off. I edited episode 3 of Ace Attorney, so that's going up tonight. But besides that, I'm doing great. Doing A-okay. Chief Gant, suspect to you. Right, Mr. Wright. What do you think what do we think of him? Chief Gant. It's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings. Yeah. Go ignore me again. Yeah, we're coming up to the end of this case, man. Getting crazy. So Mazan and I went to the theme park. This was taken on that day 2 years ago. The day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma. After removing his reward trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here. Went along with Chief Gant to question Dark. Why else would this photo exist? Yeah, you're right. Oh, Levon, you're great. Have I ever said I appreciate you? You loyal. You a genius. I appreciate you. You drew another one. And another one. Another one. You loyal. You the best. I'm the murderer. Yeah, you're right. Because I'm killing it! Yo, Adam and Nova both gained some points. It's gorillas. I went along with Chief Gant to question Dark. I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later. Chief doesn't care for imitations. Pipe organ, now this armor. Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this ring? I mean, we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes. You don't have to pay taxes. You don't have any taxes to pay. Who knows? The chief may be hiding in this armor as we speak. Never be able to get back out. You guys don't know how scary that guy can be. Killing it! Safe. That word is ripe with intrigue. Okay, if you say so. Looks like the code needed to be entered in this panel. Open it. How many digits is that? It's a 7-digit code. What 7-digit code do we have that we can't put on somebody? There's a 7-digit code that we don't know what it goes to. There's a 7-digit code that we don't know goes. Adam says it's 7777777. I have a hunch. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. How are we gonna do now that I know your secret? Ah, you know, you're gonna have to hold me for ransom for those Danimal points, man. Bingo. Whose birthday was it, pal? 7777777. Final ID card number on that record. The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. 77777? That ID number? I think you're 1-7 shy this time. That's Chief Gant's ID number. Chief Gant entered the evidence room. Yeah, it is snicky. It is a stupid code for a safe. I agree with you. Anyone care to look inside? Take a look-see. How much does he have stashed away? It's a shard from a broken cup? There's something else in here too. Piece of cloth? The handprint. The chief made up the design? I don't think so. Piece of cloth with a handprint on it and a broken shard from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. That's it! You knew it! Yellow Ross is out! Alright, Yellow Ross. You have a good night, Gil. Unless you can prove they have something to do with this case. I'm afraid you just can't let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Come on. There's gotta be something you can show, Detective. Alright. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? 3 of us put that back together? Oh, those were the days. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case? SL9? Let's use the evidence. This one? Yes, that one. Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Assemble these fragments, dog. Here's some glue. Oh, there we go. It's like a charm. That of course means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. Get a load of this. This piece you just attached, it's different from the others. There's a reddish line on it. That's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe? What was the other thing that was found? It was a piece of cloth. Mr. Gant is out of his office right now. We actually broke into his office. So we are illegally searching his office at the moment. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. This looks like a list of evidence. In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this though. Look at the case name. It's SL9. I wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, Detective. What did you just say? No, about the evidence list. Normally they're twice as long? That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. List of evidence. Seemed too short. Most lists run twice this long. Shut up, Levon. What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it! Chief Gant must be hiding something about this case. Got ourselves an evidence list. Let's take a look at it. Looks like someone drew this some kind of sketch. Did you find something? Oh, no, it's... Why are your eyes moving back like that? Can't read anything on the front, can I? Nope, nothing to look at. It is illegally obtained. That does not mean that it is useless. So keep that in mind. Ever since making a detective, I always dreamed about doing something like that. Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams. Say that? Doing 20 squats, thinking about why it is you just can't be thrown out. What? Won't just be thrown out in court. Your heart can't take it. That's the king of the... whatever. It's not exactly the version we heard. One that sounds more bad. It's kind of gory after that. I'll spare you the details. It won't let us use it, which is really annoying. I want... That's fingerprints. Go to town, sheesh. Go ahead, take my fingerprints. Not your fingerprints we want to take, huh? Come on, this is a time for jokes. Talking about that cloth you found in the safe. There we go, that's what I wanted, okay. Gotta look good for all the potential mates you can stumble into out there. Come on now. Gotta like absolutely coat this thing. There we go. Who does that match? Bottom, right? Oh no, hang on. Not quite. Not quite. It honestly looks like Emma's. I was talking about the prints, never mind, looks like Emma. How can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing on the cloth? Oh, it seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. That's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints. Hey you, over here. What's going on here? What are those kids' prints doing on the inside of the chief's safe? That's me, dude. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Here, you should hold on to this. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. Now that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Wasn't that right, you in the coat? Chief Gant! We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out the window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then I thought of a certain detective. You mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. You in the coat? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. Now get out. Yes, sir. We'll be on our way too then. Wait. The one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet. Hey, sir? I'd like to have a word with you. But sir, I'm not a licensed. You with the spiky hair, you're free to go. Mr. Wright. Look, pal, if I told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off his limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. I thought you said you were a real nigga. It's like, I'm just a pussy-ass bitch. I thought Gumshoe was hard. Not like this. Never would have said it. Emma's getting murder-rated. Will you listen to me? I'm gonna try and smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'd be busy for the rest of the day. I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. No use thinking about it. Tomorrow is the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. Vaughn, you ain't getting shit. Show me a contract. What you've told me over these past couple days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is who's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. Rather jealous. Seems Edgeworth was right. Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Well, Vaughn, I'm going to have to contact my supervisors at the CP Bank, and we're going to have to move some funds around, but you just wait, and I'll get back to you on that, okay? I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. Not that you're unwilling to tell the truth, that you're incapable of doing so, because of a certain individual. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person? No, I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, who may I ask is the person you're speaking of? The one I am supposedly frightened of? What is this person's name? Mr. Wright, you are addressing the Chief Prosecutor. Do not forget your place. My apologies. Would you please tell me a bit more of what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, those are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Scant's name was never mentioned? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me, Lana. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other. Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof Chief Gant has falsified evidence in that case. I just found this in a safe in the Chief's office. This jar piece, this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? These are pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking the blame for him? Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you have surmised. I cannot disobey the Chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty for murder. Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate. Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. It's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you in the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken. I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body. Murder weapon being the Edgeworth knife? No. But I found the body. This knife was stuck in it. A knife from SL9. I couldn't just leave that knife in it. So I took it out, stabbed him with another knife. That would be Edgeworth's knife? Right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. It seems that I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. Then, she saw me as I plunged the knife in. A star, huh? Why did you need to hide the Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. Didn't ever want to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that, by whatever means possible. Hid the Dark knife? The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence that showed Dark's case. Word got out, which it would. Reporters would have a field day. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Then I called my sister. Tell her what happened, and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma was so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. Truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. Phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. The lead investigator for the SL9 had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least, I thought I could trust him at the time. It seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. J-Mans, go ahead and post it, or send it to Twitter. Either one. Post it in the chat, or send it to Twitter. I'll take a look at it in a second. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room? Afraid that's all I can tell you. You've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's a real murderer. And what went down in Chief's office 2 years ago? To be continued. Guys, we're gonna need all of tomorrow night, to do this case. Because of that, we're gonna call it for tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, mostly gentlemen, I think it's just gentlemen now. Hang on, there we go. What we have, what we believe, that the SL9 case was rigged by Damon Gant, Deputy Chief of Police. By rigging it, he ensured his place as Chief of Police and also securing Chief Prosecutor position for Lana Skye. Lana Skye admits that she has been ordered by Chief Gant in order to do all the things that have been happening the other day. So, tomorrow, what do we have to find out? We have to find out who officially killed Detective Goodman, what happened the night of SL9, and why was Chief Gant hiding the evidence in his safe. Something's fishy here. We don't like it. Tomorrow, we're getting to the bottom of this case. You guys hear me? Tomorrow, we're getting to the bottom of this case. Alright. So all of you out there, you guys better listen. Be there. Or be square. This is going to be big. I'm telling you, this is probably the best case in the entire game. The entire series. This is one of my favorite cases in the entire series. Don't miss Case Trial Day 3. And Meekins is going to become chief. He's going to own the prosecuting office, the police department, and the defense sector. So he'll control all of the crime in the city. Meekins did it. The plot thickens. Alright guys, we're gonna call it for tonight, but Thank you all for stopping by. I appreciate it. Hopefully you guys are having fun. Watch me. I missed the case. Catch me up. He's not even in the chat. It doesn't even show him in the viewers, so he's gonna have to watch. Yeah, I'll be on Discord in a second, Adam. Friends, alright. Good deal. We're gonna wait just a minute longer so everyone kinda shows up. I was gonna grab a snack. I don't know what I have left though. I kinda ate all my snacks. I kinda hate my headset. Because if I go too far away, like if I go into the kitchen, my mic starts to like disconnect and it gets all like, I don't know how to describe it. Makes all these weird noises, so I apologize if you heard a whole bunch of weird mechanical noises like or something. Eh, I still got Reese's Puffs. I'll be fine. There's a loose puff on the loose. Where is he? Oh, he's over there. Come back, come back. Baby, come back. You can blame it all on me. There he is. Pick up on my feet. There we go. Beautiful. Beautiful execution. Alright. I think we're ready, boys and girls. Mostly boys, I think. Alright, people. All rise. Levon is back just in time. Alright, people. Let's get a move on. It's almost as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Edgeworth. Got 40 minutes? Well, I tell you, this is probably this is gonna last a lot longer than 40 minutes. Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. Not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from this list, I can call for ruling. 5 minutes, right? Chief Lanaskai will be found guilty. I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. One of the reasons why Edgeworth is my favorite prosecutor is because Edgeworth isn't just looking to get a win. Edgeworth is always looking for the truth. And we're going to see this in this last court case. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. Edgy's great. Because Edgy is a good guy. He's your rival, but he's a good person. Whereas in the other games, you have a couple of extra prosecutors that you fight against, and while I think deep down they recognize that you're like a good person, they are still your rivals, and they do whatever they can to like beat you in court. Doo-doo. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Both ready. The police chief has a proposal to make. Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, G, been back to the pool yet? Been drowning enough in it as it is in my work. So that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. What's this proposal of yours? Lana, I'm going to say the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. I'll make one simple request and I'll be finished. Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. What's going on, Matt? You just got started, so you didn't miss anything. Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defendant's plea. No longer require your services. Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. Prosecution may lack direct evidence against me. Has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. The defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is quite an unprecedented situation. Too bad, Matt. We're going right ahead. Although you actually weren't here, so I'll do it to catch you up. What was the last thing you remember? As a lot of shit went down yesterday. A lot of shit went down yesterday. Hang on, Levon. Hang on. Don't. We're going to talk about it here in a second. What's going on, Gil Ross? I want to see what Matt remembers, if he remembers anything at all. I think Matt remembers that the cowboy, Jake Marshall, was the person who was in the evidence room who attacked Beacons. And that we found out that he did that. I think that's what Matt remembers last. They snuck into Gant's office, okay? Do you remember what happened when they got into Gant's office? Like, after they broke in? I'm curious if you remember that part. Because you probably missed the very last bit. Curious if you remember. Safe. Yeah, there was a safe. Remember what was in the safe? Gant came in and found them. Okay, so you do remember that part. But essentially, immediately afterwards, we went to go talk to Lana. That was pretty much it. Gumshoe got fired. Yeah. Meekins is using Chief Gant for his own personal schemes. Exactly. Yeah. So in the safe, we found a piece of a vase, and we also found a piece of cloth with a handprint on it. Through our analysis, the vase piece fit perfectly with the vase pieces that we found in the evidence locker, which we built and had bloodstains on it from the SL9 incident. However, if you look at it, when it's completed, the bloodstains almost make out a pattern, but we haven't found out what that pattern is yet. The reason that piece was being held specifically was because it was like the centerpiece for the whole design, and without it, you couldn't tell what the design was, but with it, you could maybe make it out. So that's the reason why that piece was held off. Also, there was a piece of cloth with a handprint, and after some analysis, that handprint belongs to Emma. Emma. Emma was almost a victim in the SL9 Joe Dart killings. So, yes, Emma's fingerprint was on it. That's right. You do remember that. So why in the world was Emma's handprint on this piece of cloth? And why was that handprint kept inside Chief Gant's safe? That is the question. So, after he caught us, Gumshoe's been fired. He's out. You know? Our link's cool in chat. Go for it, Nova. Just don't be dumb. Just be aware of that. He's trying to get Emma. That's his end goal. Exactly. He's like, Bae, I gotta get her. Gant was the bad dude. You're not wrong. So after we did all that, we went and we talked to Lana. Talked to Lana Sky, who is our defendant and our client, and she's just like, you figured it out, haven't you? You're like, yeah, I have. I know you're lying. I know that he has something on you. What do we got here? Like a bowl of sir. Got you. Also, Phoenix Wright episode 3 just got finished rendering after like 12 hours. So we talked to Lana. We're like, I know something's going on, and I know who did this. And you're like, what do you mean? SL9 was a big deal. 2 years ago, SL9 was the Joe Dart killings. A serial killer essentially killed 6 people. Killed 6 people, and he left 0 evidence behind for all of his killings except for the 6th one. The 6th one took place inside of the prosecutor's office. The murderer went and tried to attack Emma Sky, who was in the office waiting for her sister to be finished with her work, and was almost the victim, but before that, Neil Marshall, Jake Marshall's brother, and also the the prosecutor in charge of the investigation, busts into the room, tackles the guy, and they get into a tussle, and then Joe Dart stabs him, right? And that's like a big deal. But after that case, Lana Sky admits to falsifying evidence in order to get the guilty verdict. She said that they were powerless because this person essentially was leaving no trace. There was nothing that we could link back and use in order to stop this guy. But we know that he is guilty. So what do we have to do in order to get him? And they've falsified evidence. Gant has always been behind it, though. Gant told her to do it. Exactly. Gant has always had like this perfect, they call it the magnetism for finding the perfect evidence. The idea being that he always has the perfect way to seal the case, right? Like he like magically comes up with, oh, by the way, I happen to have this, and this is exactly what we needed in order to put people away. And we suspect that Gant has been falsifying evidence for his entire career in order to get himself up to the chief position. By getting himself to the chief of police position, yes, I will. By getting himself to the chief position, he also puts into motion getting Lana Skye, a detective, moved up to chief prosecutor, which is a totally different field, not even the same, anywhere near each other in positions, and moves her up. Why? Because that would make chief prosecutor would be in control of the prosecutor's office, and he, being the chief of police, has control of the police department. So now he controls both major sections of the law, and now he's essentially unstoppable. Lana Skye, we talked to her and we said, Lana Skye, like, is this true? She says, yes, it's true. And here's what I'm going to tell you. Like, on the day of the murder, I got a phone call from Chief Gant, and he said, at this time, at 5:15, go downstairs, go to Edgeworth Car, open up the trunk, and dispose of the body. Dispose of Chief Goodman's body. It's going to be there. Like, just get rid of it. You need to dispose of it. She did so. So whenever she goes there, she opens up the trunk. She sees that he has been stabbed with the SL9 evidence, which is the knife, the switchblade. The switchblade belonged to Joe Dark, and it's a crucial piece of evidence for the SL9 case. But it was stabbed into Goodman. It was the murder weapon for Goodman. So she, knowing that it couldn't possibly be that, and that there was never supposed to be a connection to the evidence room for this particular crime, she takes the knife out and then stabs him with. Okay, well, why did you ask for a recap if you said, you know what? No more recaps. No more recaps, Matt. We're done. We're done here. No, you're dumb. I hate you. We're done, Matt. We're over.
Objection!
One moment, Your Honor. The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Why didn't you just be the good little boy and keep your mouth shut, Yeah, I'm salt. Yeah, Gil Ross needed the recap. He hasn't been up to date. Chief Gant asked Lana Skye to dispose of the body, and that's why we see him, but he was already dead because he was murdered in the evidence room by Chief Gant. There's a recap. Here's a recap. So, Chief Gant is the bad guy. We have to figure out exactly what happened in SL9, and why is it that Lana Skye is so indebted to... why is Lana Skye so indebted to Chief Gant? Because Chief Gant is just like, you need to dispose of this body, and you have to take the blame for everything. And she's willing to do so for a reason. Why is that? Buttkins is the mastermind. Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes? I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With the sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to charge its first witness. As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. And that is why Edgeworth is a cool dude. Worthy, you'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Adam, the way that video codecs work is that partners get them, and that's about it. If you're not a partner and you have like tens of thousands of views, they can give you transcodes. But if you're just a regular streamer and you're not a partner, they don't offer that, which is unfortunate because they should. It'd be really nice. So no, unfortunately, if you're playing on mobile or if you're watching on mobile and it's just bad connection, you're not going to be able to watch. You're going to need to find better internet at some point. Emma Sky, 2 years ago you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that then, though. Sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Please remember, these trials concern the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. Now, please testify what happened to you 2 years ago. Trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Marshall in the chest. He stabbed him. I don't know why I said it like that. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. Understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth. What does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. Hold it.
Hold it!
They shared the same office. Dreamed about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day too. The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. A man came running in and took me hostage. A man? Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer. Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of the ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right? Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. He then ran into Sky and Gant's office. There was a lot of noise coming from outside. I opened the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. Hey, what's going on, Brer? Neil Marshall rescued me. That day, there were two people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead. That's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in. I don't clearly remember what happened then, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. Brer. How you doing, Brer? How are you on this fine evening? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then, the lights went out. It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on. The lightning struck nearby. Wait a minute. If it was in pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right. But just then, lightning flashed outside. You're good? Alright. Good to hear. Sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind. I told the detective about what I saw then. Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial. You told Detective Goodman about this, what we saw? At the end, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. I'm fine. This picture the witness drew. I believe it has very important meaning. The list of evidence was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Would you mind if we added that statement to your testimony? But wait, it's not lost. It's here. We have it. Objection!
Objection!
This little girl put all of her heart into drawing that picture. And yet, you would insist on denying its existence? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for the case, I was not handed such a picture. That may well be, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Evidence list for SL9? Please turn it over, Your Honor. Ah! What's this? Nice objection. It almost didn't work, and I was going to be real sad. Hey, that's it. 2 men appeared to be wrestling there.
Objection!
Meaning of this. What are you doing with that list? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. These lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These 2 lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they was torn apart from each other. See, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? But Miss Skye, why did you draw the picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me when in the questioning room. If this list was torn in half, that means... Your Honor, if the evidence list was torn in half, then there might have been more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. It's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth. It's possible. Let's see. Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing. Thing was dancing in the evidence room. Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. Very well, witness. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago? Huh? Oh, what's wrong with that one? Thinking about something when she was looking at the So this is the picture that was drawn 2 years ago. You guys need a better view. This is what it looks like. Well, it's reversed, obviously, but... What we see is a man standing, holding a knife, like he's about to plunge it into the man who's kneeling. Yet above him, you see the blue badger. That? Question is why? Question is why is the blue badger? Which is that? The clown! That was it! Obvious the clown was the one. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright all I could see were shadows. After that I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. It's Pop Leo's final evolution. Beacons, Leo. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Keeping that off the side. No, that's the X-Files. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder Prosecutor New Marshall. Hold it.
Hold it!
Did you draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first, I was in such a state of shock I couldn't do anything. And it was dropped. RIP. During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Skye. The memory should still have been fresh in her mind. Can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black? Oh. No, you're right. I actually have no idea what that sound is. My friend does it all the time, and so I know that it's supposed to be like spooky, but I'm sure that it is the Twilight Zone. I actually never really seen the Twilight Zone. I saw like 2 or 3 episodes, and that's about it. I would like to see the best of, because a lot of it is really good, but I want to see like the best, like the top 5, the mindfuck ones. Hold it.
Hold it!
This is the Twilight Zone theme. But the Twilight Zone. Lightning was so bright, I was knocked to the floor. Knocked to the floor? Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around. That's when the lightning flashed. Waves throughout the Tower of Terror. See. I'd never been to Disney World, so. What happened after the lightning flashed? Must have fainted. Just hold it.
Hold it!
Objabua. I almost said objection, but I said hold it instead. Lean back. Lean back.
Objection!
Flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. The trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. This picture. Maybe. Hold it.
Hold it!
Oh, what has Levon made this time? Oh, Levon, you're so silly. Am I in a UFO? Also, what's with the background? It's beautiful, by the way. I love it, Levon. This is exactly. I wasn't influenced in any way from the talks with the detectives. It's past midnight. You're gonna hit the sack. Alright, Brer. Thanks for stopping by, even if it was for a short time, but thanks for stopping in. Hope you have a good night. Stop by more often. I'll try and stream less late. So. Picture I drew 2 years ago. Flash of lightning was so bright. We're gonna do a lot of this whole save and quit kind of thing, because Alright, Brer, sounds good. Hope you have a good night. I'm not exactly sure what we're supposed to do. I have a feeling it's probably the autopsy report, but the other part is maybe if it shows exactly what we saw in the incident, then why haven't we addressed the fact that there's a blue badger on it? You know, like I feel like that's the other thing. Why is it so hot? I don't know, because it's summertime. We live in the northern hemisphere. I have a feeling it's the autopsy. Objection.
Objection!
Yeah, I got it. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. But I still remember it like it was yesterday. It's alright. Perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out the contradiction. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report? So the autopsy report says a single stab wound to the back, which pierced his heart and his lungs. Yet, if you look, you've been naked all day and it's still too hot? You gotta move more north. You're already in Canada. How are we alive down in the south? What we have is called AC and a fan. It's just wonderful technology. Yeah, we're just now starting case 5. And by that I mean we're finishing it. Hopefully tonight. But what's interesting in this case is that we have a guy who's like, you'd see it from behind, so you guys would see it like this, right? Let's see if I got it right. No, I gotta get lower. So that'd be like this, right? But then we also have a guy who's like this. But the guy is like coming down to stab him. You see that? He's gonna stab him in the front. Autopsy report says he was stabbed in the back. So how is that possible? How is it that in this picture we see a contradiction where he looks like he's gonna get stabbed in the front when he should be stabbed back? That's what we gotta ask. Got a working computer? Alright, Levon. Thanks for stopping by. Hopefully you get your computer working I know that I built my computer and I couldn't use it for like 3 days because I had to get it all fixed because it just wasn't working at all. But we got it fixed eventually, and it's been a great experience. So hopefully your computer goes well. Oh, whoops. That was my bad. I think it would be more like this. No, it's not. Okay, cool. Glad that I made a save because this is really ridiculous. Take a look at the knife this man is holding. Look closely, you can see its tip is broken. Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright. Look at this evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too. The tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. It was a conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. Take that! Take that! It synced great! What's up? Yeah, it looks like he's going to get stabbed in the neck, but he should be stabbed in the back, which is the problem. It would be his hand position, right? So even if his neck still contradicts testimony. Matt, you might have. You said you've played at least the first one. What's up? The temperature. Right. Not catching you up at anything. No recap for Matt. I was trying to give Matt one, and he said no. He said, "Oh, shut up, Cameron. I already know. I already saw this." It's like, well, if you didn't ask, what if you didn't want a recap? You shouldn't have asked for one, you jerk. So he doesn't get one. No. You're unbanned, J-Man. I said no recaps for Matt, and I mean it. Matt gets no recaps. He's a jerk. He said, I was trying to give him a recap myself, and he goes, I remember all that. I don't want this. Screw Matt. You're dumb. Alright. Where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? Obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. The victim was only stabbed once, and the murder weapon should not have been broken yet. Cat is licking your toes. That's weird. What's the meaning of this? Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't have possibly wound up in the... The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered it correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time. She was sure she remembered correctly. There's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence? Nova is the best around. No one's ever going to bring him down. Your cat wants to get snucket, seems? Snuggled? I don't know what snuck means in this context. Got a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, right? All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be a piece of the evidence that was forged. Can't deny the possibility. People losing points left and right. Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. Want to buy me one? If you donate for one, I'll buy one. I will buy a blue suit jacket. I won't buy the pants though, I'll just wear the jacket though. Oh, who wants to get punched, beat, killed, pummeled, thrown? I see. I should go to a thrift store and see if I can find a blue suit jacket. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. Hang on. Before we continue this, I want to know. So many cool things. Man, I want this. I want these so bad. Oh, dude, you can buy his long sleeves cosplay costume. Oh, man. Oh, dude. That's 70 bucks, though. Expensivo. It even has his attorney badge. Oh, man. Bruh, how about I just imagined you in a suit? Yeah, that'll work. Find out one at Salvation Army? I probably could. Okay. Geeking out because I googled Phoenix Wright wig, and there's a lot of them on eBay that were like hand woven in their wigs. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, Godot's attire is really good, and I also like Apollo Justice, but not his Jewel Destiny's costume. I like it. I like more his regular. He looks very spiffy in his red vest and his like one spiky forehead. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is in my belief that somewhere in the story there is a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. If that's true, there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. It must have been another broken. Oh wait, what am I doing? Rigged. You're not wrong. Mia's is not very revealing. You sure? Sure Mia's attire isn't revealing? I could have sworn. The trophy. Oh my god! Witnesses this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw. It can't just be explained away by simple observational error. In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. that you have other information about this other broken sword or weapon knife thing? If so, please feel free to enlighten us. Look at this. Here's the real murder weapon.
Take that!
Oh, that wasn't it. Rip. Actually, hang on.
Take that! Take that!
I'm gonna lose this on purpose real quick. Not quite Edgeworth's trophy. We're gonna be back a few steps.
Objection!
Yeah, it clearly is not, so... Or contradicts it?
Take that! Objection! 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 Objection!
The new dance move, guys. Okay.
Take that!
The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture. This is a picture of the award ceremony. Ah, what is this, Mr. Edgeworth? It's broken murder weapon? Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding. Doesn't look that cool anymore? Damn. The lightning in a bottle, we just couldn't capture it. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Order. Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. Well, while he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors award knife was the murder weapon, the murder and the victim would have been reversed. I mean, the man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. The man raising the knife would have been Prosecutor Marshall. That's true. What's going on here? Seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusion. Hold it. Wait. I remember now. I remember everything. Mr. Edgeworth, could you show me the evidence list again, please? I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside. Marshall, more like Meekins. Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Please tell us what you recalled. Should be interesting. Now, this part of the case, like the part where everything gets turned on its head, is always like the best part of every case. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of light, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. This is certainly most unusual. Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. The defense may now, huh? Stop. Please, please, don't pursue this any further. Lana? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. But you can't do this. I've already confessed the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Sky? We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. We are finally... What, I'm supposed to do different voices for them all now? So it'd be like, hold it! I saw the man raise his knife, panicked, rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man. Hold it.
Hold it!
You say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark? Yes. At least, I think it was him. You think? All I could see, really, was shadows. Power outage immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor's office reports. Do it for the ambiance. Panicked, rushed towards both of them.
Hold it!
Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall. As we just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife. Well, I didn't know that at the time. That dark guy knocked me down. All I could think of was, I've got to help that other person. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. What do you mean, you think? It all happened so fast, and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly, but what I did, it's all kind of a blur. This guy was almost killed before she was a witness to murder about to take place. So with that happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural. I saw the man about to stab. How much longer is this case? Zanzi, this is going to take a couple hours, I think. Probably 2. Well, probably 1. I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. Also, hello Zanzi, how are you? How's your vacay going so far? Yeah, we've kind of just started. I saw the man about to stab the person who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife. What you did was very brave, young girl. So then, what happened next? Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and then I saw the blue badger. The blue badger.
Hold it!
Sure about this? Of course. See, I even drew a picture of him here. It was the chief detective's out of his beast, and that was just this year. Didn't exist, that's all quite verifiable. I know it sounds strange, I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling I've seen him somewhere. Still works. Greetings, Cryptex, aka boyfriend. How are y'all doing this evening? This nagging feeling I've seen him before. Now I finally remember! Brother. Just when I thought that thing had caused enough of commotion. Where in the room did you see him dancing? Sure, I saw him in the shadows. Hold it!
Hold it!
Whoosh. Objection! Adam is around. Levon is building his computer, and Matt should be around as well. I'm looking at the chat. I see, yeah, both Adam and Matt are here. Supposedly. Supposedly they're both here. I think Adam is watching on mobile, so he's probably not getting the best experience. But you didn't actually see his face with its winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it. It had 3 creepy horns. It couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation? If so, by all means, tell us what this shadow really was. Blue Badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture. Yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the Blue Badger. Proving, or I don't know why I said it, something that is now sitting in this very room. Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it the witness saw in that instant? Please show us. What do we have that looks like this? This is the Blue Badger. Notice that it has zoop, and it has zoop. It has 2 side horns and 1 vertical horn. Okay, Zazzy. While we got the cool music going on, we're going to do a quick recap. Just for you. Just for you. Where do we start? From the beginning. Day 1, there's been a murder that takes place in the parking garage. Lana Skye was witnessed stabbing the victim, Bruce Goodman, in the back of the car. There was a witness, but she didn't run from the scene of the crime, and she also hid something in the muffler, which happened to be what could be the Blue Badger? It has zoop and zoop. Yep. I don't know why I make that noise, but it's like my favorite, like, just extrapolation noise. Okay. So you guys think about what's going on. In the meantime, Adam says the face. I think he's right. The face. Okay. Zoop, that's right. Okay, recap time. Lana kills the guy, right? There's a witness. She says I did it, you know, whatever. But we're like, okay, that's weird. But at the same time, at the exact same time, there's supposedly a murder that happens in the evidence room at the police department at literally the exact same time. This is weird, and they're connected. So what do? We examine the footage that happened. Examine the footage that happened in the evidence room, right? The other murder that took place, right? Officer Meekins walks in, a man who is dressed as Goodman, opens up his evidence locker. He pulls out some stuff. He's looking through it. Meekins comes up, says, "Where's your ID?" And then the guy whips around with a knife and stabs Meekins. Meekins and him fight, tussle. Meekins get thrown. He's unconscious. And then we see the man dressed as Goodman open a locker and then leave, right? So we say, what happened there? We look on the locker and there is a bloody handprint, right? A bloody handprint, which we get the fingerprints off of, and it is Jake Marshall. Jake Marshall is the guard who stands over the evidence room. He is the one who would have access and knowledge about the evidence room and its camera system, right? So, Meekins walks in, he kills everybody. He's just a mass murderer. Not Meekins. Not Meekins, no. Right, okay. So, in court, we found that the handprint was actually found on Jake Marshall's locker. So, we can now put Jake Marshall at the scene of the crime at the 515 murder in the evidence room, right? What happens is, though, is that since Meekins never killed Officer Goodman, Detective Goodman, or aka Jake Marshall, there was never a murder that took place, right? And so we're like, damn, I guess a murder didn't take place and there's nothing else to look at, so let's go ahead and focus back on the other murder. And it's like, no, hang on a second. In the evidence room, there was another bloodied handprint, but it was gloved, right? You can hear the beeping already. Beep, beep. This little, what do you call it? Megaphone. There was another bloodied handprint on another locker that happened to be Detective Gumshoe's locker. But in the video footage, what we saw was that the dancing blue badger was placed in front of that locker. Which means that at that time, there was no way that someone could have put a bloodied handprint on that locker during that murder, during the fight that took place. Which means that blood was spilt before that incident. And who entered that room? Before then, before Detective Goodman came in with Meekins and all that jazz, before that, we saw Meekins come in at 4:40. No, at 4:50. At 4:40, Edgeworth came in to pick up the evidence, right? And at 4:20, at 4:20, someone by the name or by the number 777-7777, an executive number, entered the room at 4:20, 20 minutes before anyone else was there. Which means that because Edgeworth would not physically have the time to murder someone and have the room cleaned up, perfectly ready to go in under 10 minutes, there was no way that Edgeworth was the killer, which means that you would need the whole 20 minutes from the one before. So at 4:20, a murder did take place in the evidence room, and it was where Goodman was officially killed. Then, that body was put in Edgeworth's car. The body was put in Edgeworth's car so that whenever he drove back to the prosecutor's office, it would be in his trunk. So that Lana Skye would be able to open the trunk and find the dead body. Right? Right? So that's what we found. So, we said something's fishy here, right? There's something that's going on here. Everything about this case is connected to the SL9 case that happened 2 years ago, right? This is the one with the Joe Dart killings, the one where, Angel Starr got fired, Jake Marshall got demoted, Bruce Goodman was unaffected, but Chief Gant was promoted to police chief instead of deputy chief. At the same time, Lana Skye was moved from a detective to chief prosecutor, which isn't even in the same field. How in the world does that happen? So, SL9 is a huge incident, right? But Jake Marshall says, you know what, there was something fishy about that case, right? I wasn't satisfied. I'm the one who went in, and I was the one who went into the evidence room to try and steal the evidence, right? Jake Marshall went in to do that. But why? He did it because he was dissatisfied with how it ended. And he asked Lana Skye, can you tell me, look me in the eye, tell me the truth, did you use fabricated evidence in SL9? Lana says, I don't have to tell you. It's obvious. We were powerless. We had to do what we had to do. Lana Skye admits to using falsified evidence in a court of law in order to convict Joe Dark in the SL9 murder. This is huge. Huge. So why is it that Lana used falsified evidence? Right? We couldn't reach a verdict at the end of day 2 because there was so much chaos breaking out. But essentially what we found out is SL9 is a dirty case, but it's somehow directly connected to the case at hand. So what do? We're going to investigate SL9. That scene of the crime took place in Chief Gant's office. We go up there, we say, hey, what's going on, Chief Gant? We want to look around, and he goes, nah, I'm actually fixing to leave, so I'm going to lock up, but you guys got to come with me. So we're like, damn, I guess we can't come back. Well, we do some investigating, we look around, talk to people who we can, we talk to Edgeworth, and Edgeworth is just like, you know what, I'm done, I'm going to retire, after this is my last case, I'm done. I've had it with all these people who are accusing me of all these things. I'm done with this. And so he crumples up like a retirement letter, or a letter of resignation, and we steal that letter, and we bring it to Gumshoe. We're like, Gumshoe, we need to get into Gant's office. And he's like, nah, man, I'm gonna get fired if I do that. Like, I'm so sorry about that, but I'm not gonna lose my job over you. And we're like, but you have to. If we don't get in and we don't find evidence about SL9, you know, Edgeworth is gonna quit. Do you want that? And he goes, no, dog. Come on, let's go. So he takes you up there. You break into Gant's office with Gumshoe's card, right? So you go in, you're looking around. There's a safe. There's a safe that has a 7-digit code that is inside, or yeah, a safe in the office. A 7-digit code. Say a 7-digit code that belongs to a executive officer was on the card, the ID card reader thing, right? So the ID card is still unknown at this point, but we have a suspicion on who it would be, right? We have a suspicion that that executive officer happens to be Chief Gant. Chief Gant is the executive officer who went in at 420 and murdered Bruce Goodman. That's what we think, right? So we're like, you know what? I have a hunch. Go up to the safe, you enter in 777 7777, and what happens? Open the safe. Boom, it's unlocked. Inside we find the last piece. So we have this vase here that was missing a piece, a very crucial piece. In fact, it is a piece that held this bloodstain. Yeah, right there. It's the middle one with like the weird like heartbeat symbol on it. That one. That piece there was hidden inside the safe along with hang on. Hidden inside the safe along with a piece of cloth. Right? This piece of cloth. We don't know what it's to. However, what we do know is there's a handprint on this piece of cloth. We did some analysis. That handprint belongs to Emma Skye. The handprint belongs to Emma Skye, and Chief Gant was holding it in a safe. Why? We also found there's a evidence list in Chief Gant's his desk. Right on the back is with a drawing of the murder, but we also noticed that the evidence list is different from the evidence list that Edgeworth was given. Edgeworth was given an incomplete evidence list, and that had all of the falsified evidence on it. That is what the whole falsified evidence thing is going on. So Edgeworth is innocent and all that, but he was given all this fake ammunition to use in court. Got a lot going on right now. He was a lot. Emma Skye is kind of an adult film, sorry. You're not wrong. That is definitely a name for the one. Anyways. Oh, Angel Star is definitely the adult film star. We don't tell Emma about the handprint, though. Gant comes in right after we find all this stuff, and Gant comes in, and we're like, and he's all like, yeah, all of you need to get out. Also, Chief Gumshoe, you're fired. Also, Emma Skye, stay here. We're going to do some questioning. Like, everyone else, bounce. Right, get out of here. So, everyone's got to leave. All that jazz. And then you go down, you're like, oh man, we got Gumshoe fired. You know, like, but we found all this evidence that we need. Like, we need this evidence here in order, like, to actually solve what's going on with SL9. You go back, you talk to Lana, and you're like, Lana, I think I understand what's going on now. I've figured it out. And she goes, okay, if you figured it out, go ahead and tell me. Like, let's talk about this. She finally opens up, and you're like, okay. Chief Damon Gant has falsified evidence throughout his entire career in order to put himself in charge of the police department. As it please, you know it. You know it's true. Chief Gant falsifies evidence throughout his entire career. This is the longest recap because it's the entire case. I'm kind of just going over the entire case because Sassy missed a lot of the case. So I have to catch up because I'm not exactly sure what else going on, or what I need to cover and what I don't need to cover. So, Lana Sky says you're right. Chief Gant has falsified evidence, she says, well, I can't exactly confirm or deny that, which means that he did. So what does that mean? For whatever reason, Chief Gant has something on Lana and is using it to blackmail her into being his crony, just doing whatever he asks her to. So, my pleasure. My pleasure, Zanzi. So, what is it that that Damon Gant has on Lana Sky? In which case, she'll just do whatever he tells him. Because, well, I guess not because, but on the day of the murder, Lana Sky receives a call from Damon Gant that says, dispose of the body of Bruce Goodman. It's in Edgeworth's trunk. She goes down, she sees Bruce Goodman murdered in the car, but he's stabbed with the knife from the SL9 case, the switchblade. Stabbed with the switchblade right there. This is the switchblade. This was the quote-unquote murder weapon that took place for the SL9 case, right? But why is there a knife from the SL9 evidence locker on Bruce Goodman? That's bad. We can't have that because that creates a link between the evidence room and the current murder case that took place in the prosecutor's office. So, Lana Sky takes the knife out, wraps it up, puts it in the muffler, right? Then she takes a knife from Edgeworth's car and stabs Bruce Goodman. And that is what Angel Star saw. Angel Star saw the already dead victim be stabbed a second time. That's what that saw. So that clears up the first part. However, we do have to see why is it, or what is it, that Damon Gant has on Lana Sky. That's what we're going to find out. So far, what we have found out is Emma remembers very little of the case, but she drew a picture of a man stabbing another man, right? However, she drew a knife with a broken tip. You say, well, there's a switchblade. There's a knife. That was the murder weapon. That was the knife with the broken tip, right? You think, okay. But then why is it that a person who died from a single stab wound was stabbed with a broken knife, and then the knife tip was found broken off inside the body? And you say, well, that's not possible. Because if the knife was broken off inside the body, that would be in the first stabbing. But it wasn't. This is a picture taken before the first stabbing, and it's already a broken knife. So that must have been a different broken knife, which we believe to be this knife from the trophy. So this knife from the trophy is probably the murder weapon. But that leaves us with a question. How is it, or what is it, not what is it, just ignore that. This is to a question of Neil Marshall had this knife. Neil Marshall had that knife right there. The person in the picture, you probably can't see it because it's sideways, the person had a broken knife, which means that the person holding that knife would have been Neil Marshall. Right? So why is it Neil Marshall is the one killing? Why is it Neil Marshall is killing the one Joe Dark? Emma pushes the person with a knife out of the way because she's scared for the person's life, and then she apparently is knocked out. So, anyways, back to the case. Everyone who was here earlier and has been waiting for me to get through that whole huge recap, we're back. We're back. We're going to go right back into it. You've been caught up. The serious blue badger was in fact this. What exactly is that? Some sort of jar. Doesn't look like anything the blue badger. Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if you were to change our viewpoint? Not quite perfect. Not what I wanted exactly. See if we can't get it set up better. Oh, that's definitely the way it was.
Take that!
No one can possibly deny this jar resembles the Blue Badger. No, it can't be. It's your favorite music. People say that they like the Pursuit themes, but Badger theme is top notch. 100. Good shit. The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious Blue Badger witness on this day is actually...
Objection!
It was Meekins! Although we've enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? So that Blue Badger thing is actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything.
Objection!
I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. See? This changes everything. Please tell us, what difference is now that we've seen the witness, now that the witness has saw this jar? Has the location been changed? Think about it. The murder weapon, the murderer, or the location? At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. Very specific angle, I might add. Very well. Knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? The location of the jar is shown in the picture taken on the day of the crime. On the shelf in the office of Damon Gant. Body was found laying near Lana Sky's desk. Witness testified so herself. I like you're getting creative, Zazzy, but that's not the case. He was actually stabbed. In both cases, Neil Marshall was stabbed, as was Joe Dark. So both of the victims who were hurt were stabbed to death. Although I don't know if Joe Dark was stabbed. I know, but yeah, maybe he was just unconscious. But he was definitely stabbed. Yeah, so definitely the location though. As these two facts reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. Zazzy, it's okay. I'm glad that you're thinking about it though. But just hang off on a second. You're running wild. You need to ring it in for a second. Happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is there was a reason. I finally figured it out. This is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. The next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? The impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall? Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was not in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, it would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes. There is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. The perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless... I don't know what if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If events took place as the defense theorizes, the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Skye knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall, Emma pushed Neil Marshall to his death. Emma pushed Neil Marshall to his death. Unprecedented. What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Skye, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? I'm willing to bet you don't. It certainly would be difficult to prove this kind of evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. We certainly can't have dead people testify. It's been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Touche, Miss Skye, of course. That only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility? I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life, in one manner or another. That's impossible. Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you, a message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind in the evidence. It's always in the evidence. This message from the deceased, it's already in our possession. Will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Skye. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek, the truth. No matter how painful it may be. Mr. Wright, please show us the evidence that conveys the message from the deceased. We also noticed on this jar that there seemed to be a strange arrangement of things. Does anybody see something that could possibly be construed into a name of a person? Does anybody see?
Take that!
This is the message left by the sea. The Blue Badger, right? gonna speak the killer's name. This is left here on the surface of this jar. You mean? If you look closely, you see a faint trail of blood on this jar. You guys are quick. Looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice, for some reason the blood on some of the fragments have not been wiped away. You're saying is these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used a few precious moments left to leave the message. It says Meekins, one that someone apparently wiped away, but blood must have seeped through the jar over the lines, but the lines changed directions. What we need to do is connect these dots, and the victim's name will appear. No. Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave us, Your Honor? I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. Handy dandy stylus here. It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocent. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving lives. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. All people, she may not have meant it. In the end, one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. Seaworthy? Can't say I didn't warn you. Chief can't. Do you understand the implications of what you've done? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know? We aren't defenders of justice. We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter, even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence of forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, that fact cannot be changed. Order! Order! Gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. To be... Do 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 do. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I didn't interrupt anything, pal. Oh, I guess I am. I'll come back later. Gumshoe! What is it? Meekins did it. Yeah, Butkins did it. You got a lot of nerve, pal. Made a detective run all around while on duty. Top it all if you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Take it Lana's having you run errands again? Here, she asked me to give this to you. There's a break in today's trial. Evidence law. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Seems so. We could at least study some evidence law, really. Chief Prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. She said if you're planning to take him on, you're going to need this book. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Doesn't look like that book will do any good now. All that's left now is Chief Prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, Detective. Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me? The real trial today hasn't begun yet. Gotta be kidding me, pal. Missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. Now we come down to the meat and potatoes. This is what we've been leading up to. This court case has been in the making over the last week of us investigating. Mr. Edgeworth, the Inquiry Committee is planning to impose harsh penalties on your actions. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. Normally, this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness, but this isn't easy to say. See, there's some concern that you may have struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses. I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone's been talking, and very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. There's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement. You like meat and potatoes? It depends on the meat. Yeah, you're right. Can I steak? A steak with some mashed potatoes on the side? Very effective one. I would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Edgeworth has found a way to continue this trial. Very well, the defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. And it's settled. Then the defense may now call forth the next witness. Mr. Wright, do you realize that this is your last chance? If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. The defense calls. This is what we've all been leading up to. The defense moves to indict Damon Gant. As a defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant had first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. Luck would have it, he should still be in this courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? Gant, senpai. Bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. I want to lean down, but I don't. I want to be sitting up, because I look better in the camera if I sit up like this. But if I lean down, I'm more comfortable, and I hate that. That's why I hate having a webcam, because I can be more comfortable if I sit down. Or lay down, I should say. Please state your name and occupation. Kind of practical joke. I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. You want to play hardball, eh? Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto, what's the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There are still things unaccounted for. Oh, like what? Like the role you played in all this. Son, either you're very brave, or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Sure, take my testimony for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. Chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. Such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well, the witness may now begin his testimony. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, he slipped up. We slipped up. Power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head. Everything seems pretty clear-cut. Gotta hit him hard and fast. Hold it.
Hold it!
As I recall, a ceremony was held in the police department that day. That's right, I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. Probably what spooked Dark had made him run away like that. The defendant, Lana Skye, was also present in the room. Let's go! I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Dark ran for it.
Hold it!
Two of you ran immediately after him, right? That's right, but Dark made it to the elevator first. He went upstairs and I went downstairs. I guess you could say he got lucky. What's this about a power outage? Oh, that. The elevator stopped all of a sudden. I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil when a knife went through his heart, though. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Could you tell us what you saw? It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were laying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor. Apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls. Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done. She had already arranged the crime scene. How can you know that? Because of the victim's body, had already been moved. You found the body near Lana's desk. That's right. I think you said earlier it was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor. Nova out here, losing points left and right. Anyway. So you're saying the forgery that had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office. Exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt, but moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable, no matter what the circumstances. Staring at the witness won't do any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you better be staring off at the... better off staring at the court record. Always the smooth talker. So what did we receive during the break? You're on your new computer and you're back! Whoa! Dude, are we gonna do squats right now? We're at the greatest part of the case. Alright. I'm gonna grab a bottle of water. I'll be right back. Actually, I'm gonna grab some tea and a bottle of water. Guys, while I'm up, I'm gonna go ahead and use the bathroom real quick. Alright, hang on. Put the tea away. And we back. Alright. Alright, hang on now. Squats are for Harambe. Let's see, evidence manual or the guidebook. Don't forget, yep. I haven't forgotten about the guidebook. Wanna play Minecraft with that sick rig, bro? Dog, don't be hating on Minecraft. And my sick rig. Who's at a hotel? Boyfriend's house. Squats and Speedo. Nope. No Speedo. Alright. So, before we get into this, we received an item over brick. What is that item, you say? I don't need that image. Called T, you know, like the actor. Iced tea. Alright, rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police. And rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial.
Objection!
Chief Gant says he had nothing to do with the forgery. Right? He's like, oh, I'm totally innocent, guy. I didn't do anything. Like, okay, okay. So, why is it that you hid a piece of evidence in your own safe? Alright, we got cryptex going on. Alright. Said, nah, fuck these video games. We're gonna watch CC. We're gonna watch this case because it's cool. We like this game. This game's great. Alright. Okay. If you really had nothing to do with the forgery, then how do you explain this? What's that? And what's on it? A handprint? Chief Gant, your explanation, please. I don't know. You tell me, son. My dear Righto, don't you know the second rule of evidence law? Rule 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Tell me, how is that rag relevant to this trial? Appears the defense was not prepared. I guess it's too early to use this piece of evidence. Okay, I'll do it just this once, but only because you asked, Uji. I assure you the defense is terribly sorry. Ha ha ha.
Objection!
Right, that's a claim you cannot back up. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example. A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk. You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof you played a part in the illegal investigation. Yo, looking at a tablet, slowing her tablet down so she couldn't watch, so I had to make her happy. Chief Gant, what is the meaning of this? Oh, here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. Admit then, you were admitted. Who, me? Oh, or do you mean you? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office and found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? Yes, he is Jams. Smart move. Call me Jams. Jams if you want. Did he insult you? I don't know who. I don't know who's insulting who. Out of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Let's see. What was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. No way, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no need I'd participate in a forgery. Rewritten to the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. You good, Zazzy? When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You understand that I am the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Indeed, I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again. Apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. Oh, alright, Dodgy, in return, though. I know, that place, right? Oh, you know, we're gonna go back to that place, you know what I'm saying? You and me, we're gonna do the thing in the pool, and the who's, and the you and me, and the place, and Alright, for all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Okay, fair enough. You can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. Okay. Strip club, yeah. They're gonna head out to the strip club. So, you're paying, Edgy. Oh boy, oh, right, oh boy, oh, yeah, boy, oh, my boy, oh, we're going out to the strip club, hey, oh, boy, oh. The Meekin strip club. It's implied. They were found after Dark was convicted, and they'd be worthless. Are you saying that this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation?
Objection!
The Chief is talking about a possibility. So long as you can't rule that out, your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. Come now, Righto, think about it. There's no reason to participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene would help me out in any way. Hold it.
Hold it!
What's so embarrassing about a strip club? It's a thing people do. Why be embarrassed about a butt? Yeah. I mean, everyone has a butt. I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would, of course, be the position you have, Chief of Police. The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That is in itself sufficient motive. Ho ho ho! Oh, that's a good one! Do you really think I'm that incompetent? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution merely sped up the inevitable a little. He was going to be made chief anyway. Gah. Hope you have a lovely butt. Yes! That was a good one. Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. You didn't do it for yourself, you did it for someone else. You're silly, Worthy, you know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. Aji, would you mind if I changed my testimony a little? I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me.
Hold it!
Nothing in it for you? Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? Don't give a shit. She's a fucking bitch. Don't care. Fucking, I'm a fucking son of a bitch. Ho ho! Sounds like Mickey Mouse. Ho ho! I'm a son of a bitch. You don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. Fucking love doing Mickey Mouse impressions. You seem to be lax enough on yourself now. Oh ho 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 ho! It's a good one, Worthy. Let's like do that impression again. Which one, the Mickey Mouse, or the evil Chief Gant? Every time you replay this now, you're gonna be like, oh, Righto! Good job, Righto! Ah, he said but. Damn. You might not help out yourself. You might not help anyone for their sake. But if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. It's alright. It appears you're positively determined to betray the chief, as nice a man who looks like as a man as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence?
Take that!
Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye, the defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister Lana? As for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed Chief Prosecutor at the Prosecutor's Office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. How would he profit from all this at all? He would be able to use the Chief Prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. Despite Chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Oh wait, you must mean puppet as in someone... Oh, okay. Minute, Chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive? To appoint her Chief Prosecutor so you could control her. Right on, my boy, you have quite the imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant. Without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless, that is also what happened in this incident. One would that be? Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The judge is actually really stupid. Levon, you don't control when those points arrive. You're gonna have to wait. You know, I'm still talking to my investors. We're still working out a payment plan. So, Levon, you're gonna have to hold tight. But I'll get in touch with you whenever I'm ready. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial, almost as if someone had been controlling her. Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. What do you mean? So in Danimal's chat, want this kind of beard? You know what I love about this beard is that people appreciate me in my beard. Like they're like, "Oh man, your beard is so cool," and it's just my laziness. Like I just don't feel like shaving all the time. So because I don't feel like shaving, I just magically have a beard. Not magically, but you know, I just naturally have a beard for just being lazy. And people are like, "Looks good, man." I'm like, "Thanks." Yeah, I am lazy. That's what I want to say every time. Like, yeah, I am a filthy slob who refuses to, do really basic, hygiene. But thanks. Appreciate it, dog. But anyways, about the points, Zazzy. In Danimal's chat, Levon lent me like 475 points. And thank you, J-Mans. I am lazy. Yes, it's true. Levon lent me 475 points, and he's just like, "I'm gonna want those back eventually with interest." And I was like, "Okay." I am a pig. Thank you very much, Adam. What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved with the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? Order! I said order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious. This is an affront to the highest-ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? That's impossible. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? The chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder? Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. Levon got 1 point. Nice. Who the best? It kind of is like a fuck you, actually. It's like, oh, you want to play dice? Okay. Oh, okay. Here's 1 point. Fucking eat that. Take that. Okay. So we know Detective Goodman was murdered in the evidence room at 420. It's the attorney's badge. Cha-ching! There you go. I did it. Got wrecked. The entire crew got wiped. Rip, guys. At 4:20, entered the room and killed Detective Goodman. So, we know that's Chief Gant, so that means that we can use that to connect. Oh, take that! Take that! This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. This was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. There's no way you can prove it's my number. It's your number. 4-0 blaze it. How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. 7 digits. You don't mean all digits of 77777. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Order. Order. Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense search of office was in violation of regulations, and I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Gant, so you admit it. You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime? What about it? I'm chief of police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom, what's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Yeah, I can take a shit anywhere I want. Fuck you. I own this place. You don't like it? Salary cut. You're fired. Get out of here. I'm gonna take a shit on your desk now. Huh. Evidence room or bathroom? I go wherever I want. I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room, because I go in the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him in days, Chief Gant? I'm afraid you just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Chief Goodman, Detective Goodman. Just downloading so many things, I bet. Day one is like so much downloading. This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime. I'd imagine it would be Lola. Okay. How do we know? How do we prove that Goodman and Gant met? I can tell you the evidence locker was opened at some point before 5:15. Which means the only other time it could have been opened was when Goodman was there. And Goodman was not used or was not registered to enter any of the rooms until 5:15. The only other person he could have went in with was Gant. It wasn't Edgeworth and it wasn't Meekins. It had to have been Gant. But how do we know? Let's look through evidence one more time. I'm missing something. Out of the prosecutor's office, okay. Trophy, okay. Murder weapon, usually found in his toolbox. Parking stub. Who lost blood? Find it within an hour and a half of 4 p.m. Use Meekins as evidence. Let's see. What do we need to use as evidence? Because that's the problem here. Because here's the thing. We know the evidence locker was opened by Goodman at some point before 5:15. In fact, it was even left open so it could be reopened later. So only Goodman could have done that. Nobody else but Goodman could have opened that locker. So he went in there at some point. The other thing is that the Goodman's Offside report, written by Bruce Goodman, he was starting to write it out, but he never finished it. Right? It can only be submitted to the Chief of Police. There you go. Okay. That's like the one thing I have, that's like the one problem I have with this game, is sometimes like I know what I want to say, but I can't seem to like always get it exactly right, you know? Like, I don't find the right channel in order to get to the destination like I'm trying to. But we're going to raise the volume because it's been a little quiet. To be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. Would have had to give that report to the Chief of Police. Which means you can't be sure he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Let me guess what you have to say. You're going to say next. I, Chief of Police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly. Oh wait, Chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something like the sort.
Objection!
I'm sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was used only once. You showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. Now we see the true Gant. You did it. The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. A. The victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? He's a Pikachu? He's like, yeah, Pika-Pee! I was at the police department the entire day, you know. Everyone is aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. You just ordered an officer to do it? Hey you, take this dead body over there. I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. Show us this evidence. To move the victim's body, use this. Let's see. I have a feeling it's the parking stub. It's definitely he used the car. Yeah, I'm gonna use parking stub. Take that! Take that!
Take that!
Parking stub? Miles Edgeworth? You mean the body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car? The Blue Badger! It was him, obviously. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. I mean, I carried the victim's body? Precisely so, but wait, even you know. I didn't plan on returning to my office after the ceremony finished that day. But you did return. Tell me, why? I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. So you see, what you were really taking to the prosecutor's office wasn't the screwdriver, but the victim's body in your trunk. The Goodman was carried out in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car? Yes, unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. Transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye. Order! 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 There's no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations. Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at that office. This was not a photo of a body being stuffed in a trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. A photo of a dead body taken from the trunk. Please say something. I believe your time's up. Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this, and I have to get going if we're going to make it in time to get the early bird special. Cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons. Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? It's not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So you're going to just run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Righto. Reggie? Yeah, Righto, that's right. No. Edgy. There we go. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? What a guy. If you had a conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, show your proof and get it over with. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusation against him without concrete proof. Your Honor, do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made this guy dispose of his body? No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence. See, Edgy? In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the Chief. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, Righto. Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Edgy, I'll leave the rest to you. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency. Hang on. We haven't saved in a while. Yes, Tam Star, we are on the 5th case. Fifth case, it would seem. We're at the big boy case.
Objection!
Lady Luck. Maybe we should have a word with her. There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We have yet to have the honor of hearing her testimony. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse testimony. There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Somebody right in this very room. It was Meekins. Right, he's gonna frame Edgeworth just like case 4. Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. Does such a witness exist? Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth...
Take that!
Defendant? Miss Lana Sky? She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 on February 21st. Yo, J-Man's finally wins one. Nice. Question Meekins. It was him. He was like, yes, yes, sir. Dispose of the victim's body in accordance with a certain someone's orders. Mr. Edgeworth? Prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Court will now take its final recess of the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. Hold on, huh? Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat. Listen good, Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you cassette Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. This isn't good. Of course, you never support such outrageous claims anyways, so, right? Something to think about. Alright, then I'm off to lunch today, then. Nice heist, guys. Oh, Gilroth came out with 400. Nice. Good job. If there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess. Objection! Oh. I didn't yell loud enough. Objection! Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Thanks to your help, Edgeworth. Chief, he's something else, eh, pals? That was a clear blackmail. Yeah. 100%. I'm pretty sure that is a thing. I'm not a detective anymore. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Don't worry about it. I'm already decided where to work now. At your office. Sure, I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl. Yeah? Oh. You mean... Maya? Looks like we're all out of booze. Chief Gant's done it again. As he always gets the upper hand. Can't speak today. I'm bad at talking. Not fair, he has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said? Chief, that is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be involved. Thank you, I worked on that heartbeat sound quite a lot back in high school. What did he mean by that? More like Maya Bay. Pelican. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. I mean, he forfeits his right to say anything. Emma, are you okay? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. Emma, I'm sorry about what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. This is like, no, please, guys. Now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. She did it all, just to protect me. Emma, Bay 2 has arrived. Doctor, we need a medical service in Medical Bay 2. Everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you think I mean, to follow Chief Gant's orders? She sold her soul that day. She had to shut herself up to force herself to do everything the Chief told her to do. Levon, no! Levon, no, please. You take of clothes? Do you have like a small portion of clothes that you're taking? Oh man. Must be why she became so cold. It's all my fault. It's all because I murdered Marshall. Hey, don't go blame yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. Let's see. Better get back. It's almost time for the final act. It's almost time for the final act. No, I'm going with you. I want to be there. But Lana tells the truth. Let's go, Wright. Time to end this. It's time to do. What's that behind you? Yeah. Did they change Switch RPG? It used to be a sword. Oh, they changed it. RIP. I like the sword way better. Shit. I like the sword a lot better. Whatever. The defendant, Miss Lana Sky, please take the stand. You are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Sky. And remember, you are under oath. I want to hear the truth. Of course, truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. The chips! Oh, Levon? Bay number 3, take the stand. Please state your name and occupation. My name is Bay. I am Bay 3. Don't waste the rum, guys. Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. Gant and the fabrication. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. Come on, Zazzy. Everyone's got a bay. We just happen to have 3. You know, Maya, Emma, and Lana. And then Mia, to a lesser extent. Why is the rum always gone? My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Are you sure about this testimony? Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. Lana. This is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Pearl is 5. Wind channeled by Mia. Yeah, I mean, let's be real. It has to be after the channeling. If we can't do pre-channeling. Pre-channeling Pearl is creepy. It's off limits. Right? She's like 10 years old. Little Pearly can't be Bay. Not for a few more years. Maybe he can pre-me rum. There's no time to start second-guessing myself. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory.
Hold it!
You didn't murder Detective Gibbon. You told me just yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. You got rum? Yep, and you can't have any. Correct.
Hold it!
She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. I need rum to live. He's like a robot from Futurama. Needs alcohol to survive.
Hold it!
You say you did this all by yourself? Yes. Seems I was the first person to discover the scene. A broken prosecutor award knife stuck in the victim's body. What? But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you deemed was possible. Reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement. Yo! You lost 777? The reverse jackpot! The bad pot? Oh, J-Mans. You bamboozled you. Oh man. That's so bad. I'm so sorry, J-Mans. Like that. If that is so, Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. It was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. So when you found the scene, what did you draw? This is what everything comes down to. It says wrecked. J-Mans is leaving. No! Sorry you bamboozled me. It was Meekins, I swear. He set this all up. It's a plot. I'm getting too close to the truth. And yeah. But Ben is here. Ben with the dice. Broke off the tip, planted it inside the wound, then moved the body. Hold it.
Hold it!
What? Can you move the body? Why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. We gotta ask for the sake of the words. I'm pretty sure that's Japanese. Stop the Meekins 2016. Hang on, Levon posted something. Oh yeah, it's the alien one. Been lurking since we did the recap. Well, I'm glad you're caught up then. You are gonna gamble your life away. The thing that doesn't make the most sense is why would she would plant the knife, right? You're not wrong, Zinky. You're not wrong, Nikki. But I'm pretty sure Matt speaks a little bit of Japanese. I owe you compensation for your losses. I'm Tim Adler, the Texas Hammer. I'll get you your compensation. I don't know. You guys aren't in Texas, so you guys probably don't understand. But here in Texas, we have a lot of very Texan defense attorneys, and they have ridiculous TV commercials where it's like, have you been hit by a truck? I'll make them pay. Have you been hit by a car? I'll make them pay. I got $10,000 in damages from this person. I got $100,000 in damages from that person. I'm Tim Adler, the Texas Hammer, and I'll beat the competition. Or whatever. That's Korean, you butts. Oh man, I'm sorry. You've ripped and never coming back. Rip in peace. Rip in peace, J-Mans. Reason Miss Sky fabricated the knife. I knew the tip of the weapon would found buried would be all the proof we needed. Hold it. I'm Tim Adler.
Hold it!
The Texas Hammer. Fucking love those commercials. Even if they're ridiculous, they're just amazing. There was one where the you got dead corpses, I'll give you cash. You got rusted gold, I'll give you fucking cash. You got an ulcer, I'll give you cash. Oh yeah. That sounds about right. Even at this point, I might blame Dark. I felt the most effective way to get him convicted would be having the tip of his knife found inside the victim's body. He buried it inside the victim's stab wound? Yes, because I hated Dark for what he did.
Hold it! Hold it!
Why'd you do that? You'll reach the nose with your head and shoulders. When you showed up in the evidence room, where exactly was the victim's body? This is where you deduced it, by Chief Gant's desk. Simple.
Hold it!
See to get slapped in the face by Game? That wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling that there's more to it than that. Does anybody notice? Does anybody notice something? If you look, the words that spell out Emma are written in such a way they are written in one continuous section of the jar. However, if that jar had been shattered, none of those pieces would be aligned in such a way that you could write the name Emma on it. Because of that. Because of that. When the name Emma was written, the jar was not broken. Because it was not broken, we know that the name was written on it before it shattered, and she says it was shattered at the time of death. Objection. Objection! The Texas Hammer! Objection!
Objection!
There we go. I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. Forgery of the scene? If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring everyone's attention to a significant contradiction within your testimony. In my testimony? You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threaten my plans." You have a problem with that? It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Exactly so. And this is where my contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. Hang on. Do you yell or do you just talk at the microphone? It actually works better if you speak quieter than louder. Because if you get too loud, okay, hang on. You don't want to listen to it. You might want to mute the stream. 3, 2, 1. Talk really loud. It sounds like this, and it gets way blown out. And yeah. So if you blow out the mic, it doesn't know what you're saying, and so it doesn't count. But if you speak quietly, then you hear the intricacies of the voice. You hear all the data as it goes up and down, and the waves and all that jazz. So if you speak quietly into the microphone, it'll register. If you shout into the microphone, it does not register. We found that out recently. I gave you all warning. Seems as you're in the dark as much as we are about the truth towards where we're headed. Huh? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. But everyone's good, by the way. I'm back. Hey, J-Man's got something. It was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. Fragments were large, so I'm sure they got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. You're the one who wiped away the blood? I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was a real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. This game has corrupted you. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Hold it!
If you really thought Dark killed Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood. I had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces. Nikki, follow along for just a little while longer and it should all be revealed in good time. We're talking about the SL9 case, the one that happened a while back. So, Lana Sky... Okay, Nikki? The lies and the truth are getting mixed together. It's true. However, all will be revealed in the near future. So try and keep an eye, or try to keep a note of like all the things that have been said and all the things that have been done. Like, keep in mind what Lana is saying. Keep in mind what Chief Gant is saying. Keep in mind what like we are all talking about with Edgeworth and all that. Just try to remember everything that has been said and just remember them as they are. Not necessarily one as the truth and one as a lie, but just remember that they are testimonies. So, we are finishing this tonight. Hold it.
Hold it!
How could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office. I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me. I got every last piece. Lana Sky got every last piece. Remember that. She found every piece.
Hold it!
Yes, I don't have any excuse for my actions. It's one final thing. Then how did Gant get a piece? Nikki, remember that. Oh. Hoodie! Benton says objection! Good timing, by the way. Hoodie is my friend Benton. My IRL friend. I'm gonna save real quick. I haven't saved in a while. Let's go ahead and save. Yep. Dude. Yeah, I have an IRL friend. Fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. I'm the MLG friend? Not like Major League Gaming, it's like my little gavel friend. I don't fucking know. I'm so MLG right now. Dude, like, Major League. Objection.
Objection!
That was MLG, right? Right, guys? We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. Chief safe? But how? I knew it. She didn't even know. Lana Sky didn't know about the final piece. Lana Sky is in the dark. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it. What? The witness just testified she gathered every piece and wiped them off. Which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene of the crime. Chief Gant got there before you. Couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece? I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. Everyone makes mistakes. Even I wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Oh, how can you believe that? Oh boy, objection! Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. There's no way a name could have been written. Yo, awesome with the host. Thank you, I appreciate it, Don. There's no way a name could have written on this shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant.
Objection!
Rip. Benton can't play Ark, so he's like, I'm gonna show up in Cameron's stream. Just complain. It's the Benton way. Also, what's going on, Awesome? Question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he have the fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? Yeah, no. Wait, I'm not the one here on trial. David Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposely hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. But why would Chief Gant do that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear? Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. This indebted Lana to the Chief. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma, and therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the Chief's puppet. No, I did it on my own. Stop trying to protect the Chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. You didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. I don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Imagine that coming from my own client. I'm doing great. I'm doing great, awesome. Thank you. We're about to finish case 5, which is the best case. It's so good. I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth. Wait a second. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap? Something wrong, Mr. Wright. Lana may be right after all. What do you mean? So you do tell Foul Rise? Foul Rise? Foul Rise? Miss Skye, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. Lana's such a bae. I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Skye, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. I haven't dropped any frames, Nikki, so it's not my side. Maybe it might be Twitch or it might be you. So if you have to, go ahead and just refresh the page, and hopefully it should clear itself up. Vaughn, please. The most important one is watch me. Alright? Witness may testify once more for the final time. The actual crime scene. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to my murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it really wasn't a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor's sword? You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. What? I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. But I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you. Dun dun dun! Yeah. Let's check the evidence again. There might be a picture in it somewhere. There's a picture here. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this, because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I rearranged everything. Mr. Wright, that picture cut out from the piece cut out from the vest. Could that be? Coloss was found inside Chief Gant's safe. What's this? This is a handprint, isn't it? Such is life. That cloth, it had fingerprints on it. Whoever's fingerprints are the real murderer. But those are fingerprints. They're yours, Emma. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Zazzy, we're getting like 20 minutes, probably? Good on cross-examination. As long as you tell the truth, you should be able to flesh out the real murderer. Nikki, get ad block! What are you doing with your life? Get ad block! Ad block is so good! Plus, I don't get paid for ads, so feel totally okay with doing that, because I don't get paid for ads, so you shouldn't waste your time watching them. What do I have to say? Defense may now begin its cross-examination. Ad block is great. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on its hoof. Hold it. Come on, Edgy, this is the poorest excuse for a child I've ever seen, Chief Gant. What, now you want me to make out the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put a word or two in my defense. You tried getting ad block once and it didn't work. I don't know how that wouldn't work, but you should try it again. You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. Pika-pee! Oh, so what? Think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. I mean, do you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't, but someone does. What's your excuse, Righto? Why haven't you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death? Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt? It's going Super Saiyan. Is it true, Mr. Wright? If you have more evidence, please present it now. Seal anything, you will be one who appearing before Board of Inquiries. I better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. The one that shows who really killed Miss Marshall? So what do we do? Say, you think I'm worried? Oh, righto! So, we are faced with a choice. Do we show the evidence and indict? Not indict, but move to don't show it, not yet. Do it quick. Just murder Gant. Do I show the evidence or do I not show the evidence? But I have to show the evidence, don't I? Do I? Do I? Just murder him, yeah. Let me just pull out the evidence and knife the guy. Let Beacons win. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. What? You lie. You opened my safe. I know what you took was inside. The conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. I see, it's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints those are, and that's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? It looks like part of it's been cut out for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence? Nikki, do you remember evidence law? I cannot present evidence that is not part of this case. However, I do believe Chief Gant may have just admitted to concealing evidence. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. I knew Lana. If I made it look like her blame lay on her sister, that's when she saw the scene, she would ask me for aid. So you assisted Miss Sky. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. Ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dart convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you. You mean those items in your safe? But why? For insurance, of course. I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. You were calculating that far ahead when forging the evidence? What do you take me for? A fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces. But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on the jar too? Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more piece for insurance. That piece of cloth? Come on, Righto, cough it up already. I know you have it. So, you admit it to it then. That you were hiding the cloth you cut off of the victim's vest in your safe. Yes, I admit it. I don't want to have to do all that, being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Oh, Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it before it was too late. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. Take that!
Take that!
Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh yes, that's... at last you finally brought it out into the open. The handprint of the piece of cloth? Your Honor, the prosecution requests that be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. The handprint on the leather must be a strong impact for it to have left so clearly. You mean, it could not have been forged, it must be authentic, conclusive evidence. Take that! You're right to you're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. Think about it. Righto had all this time to present this evidence, yet you were reluctant to do so. I mean, you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that? Do you really know? Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Very well. I'll tell you. Should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. These fingerprints belong to Meekins. Just kidding. Emma Sky. Go! Emma? Emma Sky? They're mine? Sorry, Emma. Why didn't you tell me? You're really something, Righto. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me. It's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall. How could you? You monster! You knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't? This guy, it's not over yet. I said this trial isn't over yet. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. Looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the only one you single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? Ha ha! Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh, and what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? Chief Cat, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? They are not faked. The reason they are not faked is because they were made at the time of the crime, and they were hidden away in a safe. There was no other point in which that fingerprint could have been made. They are genuine. Hang on. We're going to get to this. I'm afraid that's not possible. See, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is. What could it possibly contradict? So let me explain the scene of the crime as Emma says. Right? Let's review what Emma said. She saw Officer Marshall, or Prosecutor Marshall, go in to attack, what's his name? Joe Dark. Marshall went to attack Dark. Emma pushes Marshall, leaves a handprint on his vest. Emma believes that by pushing, Marshall fell onto the thing of armor and was killed. At that point, out of shock, Emma faints. That is the scene of the crime as portrayed by Emma. But there is a clear contradiction that nobody has noticed because we have not talked about it. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts the cloth. We know that somebody was on the scene of the crime before Lana Skye came on board. Right? We know that anything that happened could have been tampered with before Lana Skye got there. That being said, nothing is off the table at this point. Keep that in mind. Nothing is off the table. Something we have to consider. Did Emma, in fact, push Marshall onto the armor stand? Gant came on the scene. He saw the scene, and he decided to cut out the vest with Emma's handprint and the main piece of the jar and hide it in his safe. Right? He hid both of those things as soon as he got onto the scene of the crime. Okay? That's what he did. So, riddle me this. Let's take a look at this. This was cut whenever Gant got to the scene of the crime. But tell me, isn't something strange? isn't something very strange about this picture? He's missing cloth from his vest. It is true. He is missing cloth from his vest. But you know what else is missing? Do you know what else? Do you know what else is missing from this picture? Take a good hard look. Look me in the eyes. What is missing from this picture? What is missing from this picture, I tell you? Notice the cloth is missing here? What is in its place? What is in the place of that cloth? J-Mans, don't ruin it! There's blood. There's blood on his vest. But tell me, where is the blood on this piece of the vest? Where's the blood? Where is the blood on this vest? There is no blood. There is no blood on this vest. There is no blood on this vest, which means Marshall was not impaled when Gant tore the vest. If Marshall was not impaled when Gant tore the vest, he was impaled after Gant tore the vest, before Lana Skye arrived on the scene of the crime, which means, take that! Take that! Take that, I say! Please take that.
Take that!
There we go. Which means, Chief Gant is the real murderer. The next Steven from Blue's Clues. Shirt is underneath. My point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs no doubt were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. The picture was taken when Lana Skye appeared on the scene. She was the second person to be on the scene. Marshall was impaled on the suit of armor. That is how he was killed. Oh, but that piece of cloth. Piece of cloth is dry. There's no blood. Since Emma Skye's fingerprints are on the cloth, there's no doubt she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it be? Who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Skye, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armor's sword? Then, make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death. Said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood, a jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue, and make Lana believe that her sister did it. Remember when you admitted, only moments ago, that you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest? Ironic, isn't it? Very act of creating insurance. You prove that you were the actual murderer. That was close, Wright. You almost had me there. Oh, boy, sorry that you'll have to do better than that, or future allegations. You say that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Order. What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Edgy? Oh, Righto here, conceal that piece of cloth. You have some conclusive evidence, don't you? Yeah, effed up. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this time. Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece became illegal. Oh, you actually think I can beat me in court? Oh, it looks like you're the last laugh's on you, son. afraid Miss Gansclave is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? True. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person, assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright? Remember when I said I cannot show evidence at this time? Do you remember the laws of evidence? Or evidence laws in court? Mr. Wright, do you admit it? That you purposely and legally hid? I did not. I admit, I refused to present it at one point.
Objection!
It isn't, Mr. Gant. It's not that I didn't present evidence. It is that I couldn't. There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. Don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward you can't really believe.
Objection!
There's only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well. Let us settle this once and for all. Earlier, you refused to present evidence. You can prove your conduct is not in violation, and do so. Take that.
Take that!
This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at this point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth and nothing more. You see, it's written right here, the second law. No evidence shall be shown without a proper approval from the police department. I'm gonna take it, alright? I'm not sure what you mean. I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And, here is the crux of the matter. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at the picture and... Objection! Sorry, but can you recall when was that picture presented? Only a few moments ago. He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, this piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confess it a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest? Yes. No. It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth as evidence. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the person who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer is... there's the real murderer, and there's only one person who could do that. That could be Damon Gant. The killer was you. Maybe I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. 2 years he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insists on hounding me. Crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've got to help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card, tried to make the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room, and all of a sudden he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. Beacons is the new chief of police. He opened his evidence locker, and as we were taking the evidence out, he said, "It's not too late. I'm going to hand all this over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me. Never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it. That accursed knife. I couldn't pull it out. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was wondering so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer, but everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. You put the body in my car. I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how could you get this guy involved in all of this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth ever came out. So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker? I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So, you left the jar fragments in the glove. Yeah, looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. Adam, you're a little late to the High Benton thing. They all did their best to get in my way. Gotta hand it to them. They all did their jobs. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? You despise criminals. I can feel it, you and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, and believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Udgy? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, Damon. You were once a fine investigator, example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Wedgie. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't forget, or don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Wright here and Worthy. These two around, can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning. You say it? Hang on, Zazzy. We're almost there. There are two things I want you to understand. First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. See, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years, the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until today. Seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. Sorry, Miss Sky. Couldn't get you out of all the trouble. My. High standards you have for a rookie. See why Maya thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you might just make it to the top. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you. Yet, you rose above it all. Guided Mr. Wright to victory. She has such a nice smile. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it! I did my job. In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. The Sky, yes, Your Honor. You are innocent of murder. Although, the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as an accomplice. It melts hearts, that smile. I know. Trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date. I understand, Your Honor. Why are you smiling? It's been a been a long time, Your Honor. It's been a long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. This trial has gone on far too long already. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky. Zazzy, are you ready? Court finds Lana Sky not guilty. Finally free of the clutches of Meekins. Not guilty! We did it, boys and girls, we did it! Do. Oh, Emma? Uh oh, Levon's got another picture? Same fucking Meekins one. Why the long face? Sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she won't be convicted for murder. That's not it, it's just after the trial ended, I can see why Maya Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you too. Suffered every bit as much as I have. No squats. Not right now. I did my best too, but Lana didn't say a single word to me. Hope not interrupt anything, pals. Guess I am. I'll come back later. God damn it, Gumshoe, come back! You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run around while on duty? Call me here, I've seen half your people at funerals. Lighten up, pals. I'm all kidding. Are you here because of my sister again? Nope. Not this time. Came here today because of you, pal. Me? That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. Hang on, Nikki, we're so close! Hang on for a few more minutes! We're at the end of it, but we're gonna really touching goodbye. She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I wouldn't tell her if you would. I won't tell if you won't. Emma, I owe you an apology. Okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day, 2 years ago. Oh, but it blocked you. It was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake, but now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by just distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. Scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. Scared of how you'd react if you knew. You were only doing it for me. No. I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. Such a fool. It took me all this time. Emma, I'm so sorry. I don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You happy? Of course, you know, sis. I always knew that one day you'd come back. Now you have. Oh, Emma. So touching. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in doing so, we find the way back to our rightful path. It is from there that we can move on towards a brighter future. Bays, hug it out! At least that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright? Mr. Gumshoe? Thank you both for all you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. As grim as ever. Just came to say, congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edward. Well, are we going now? Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. It's okay, Adam. You can cry. I cried too. No matter what happened, no matter what anyone may say, I realize today I cannot correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth. Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. You despise criminals, I can feel it. We're the same. One day you'll understand. You'll see what it really is, see what it really takes to bring them down. What did Matt post? I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I needed a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. Edgeworth. Who knows, given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue as a prosecutor. Edgeworth. Don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. They both made the same mistake. You said, in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. That may be true. Think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together. Mr. Wright. Because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Oh yes, Come on, Mr. Wright, show him what Lana's talking about. Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. I think I messed this up. I think it's the piece of cloth. Because I couldn't present it.
Take that!
I mean something to you, but... Oh, dicks, I messed it up. Shit! Oh well. Oh, excuse me, there's still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Whatever you do, just remember, you can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you. Well, you can help, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. Seems I owe you my thanks too, right? Without a face now, it's my problem. I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. It's Meekins. Here, here's a little something for you. It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. As for me, I think it's time I started my own new journey. A new journey of my own. To rediscover myself. Well? Don't go tracking off just yet, pal. What? What is it, detective? A little matter to be resolved, but Chief Prosecutor, see, she's supposed to be out of jail like this. But I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it might be okay for me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Basically, I had to bribe a guy or guard in order to sneak her out for about 30 minutes. Wasn't cheap either. I didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here's the one who's gonna foot the bill. You could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. You're the best. Why is it I suddenly feel like I want to scream? Yeah, I got an idea. Why don't we go pay it off together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go.
Objection!
Objection! What would I do if Meekins was sliding in my girl's DMs? damn. I guess that's her girl now. His girl now. You can't fight the Meekins. I mean, come on now. That swag? Yes, sir! Yeah, you stand aside and give the girl the Meekins. Exactly. You're just like, she's yours now. This music is groovy. Guys, we did it. Guys, we did it together. You, me, all of y'all. We all did it. We solved the case. We solved the 5 cases. Doesn't it feel good? Man. Man. Just filled in some pieces. I've done it before, but I hope you guys feel like just the energy, like how awesome this is. But guys, it's been a journey. Let me get some puffs. Zazzy, no, listen. Guys, it's been an awesome journey. I want to say thank you all for showing up. Honestly, whenever I do other streams, I don't get to interact with chat that much because I'm usually doing like speed runs where I have to be paying attention to the game like all the time. But in this, I had a really fun time just hanging out with you guys. So I just want to say we should do that drawing battle along. We should. But I just want to say thanks. Thanks for showing up. Thanks for making this a really fun experience, guys. The best news is we got like 4 more to go. Alright. There's 2 more games in the trilogy. I still have Apollo Justice and Spirit of Justice comes out in like a month. So Quest 64. Thanks, Levon. I appreciate you. I think we made it fun. Not just me, not just you, but I think together. I think together we had a really great time. And again, I really appreciate y'all. So we're gonna go ahead and watch the credits, but we're gonna call it for tonight. Again, I want to say thank you so much. And I'm going to be uploading all the footage, so if you guys ever want to relive this, we can always watch it some other time. So, alright. Hope you all have a wonderful evening. Let's go ahead and watch the credits.